Give me a few minutes and I will look through my library to see whatever I may find. I mean, I could try something else I've never played before. Would probably be fun. Just need to switch up my stream info a bit. Wherever it decided to hide itself. Fine. 1 second. Really? Doesn't it want to work with me? Just trying to get the stream info to play nice. And then we switch back here. And I have not played this game before. Okay, account link. Yes. Before I go live. Just activate. Sure. And there should be a little extension now. That's nice. How do I close this window now? There we go. People can join in at kotc.app. I'm just testing things out because, I mean, hey. Just need to change some things up so that my screen plays nice with me. Let's customize a bit. Yay, she can end up with a beard. Wherever I even... Yes, little lady? I'm trying to do things here. And that's fine. What options exist? Let's press on a new dynasty. Let's just do... No. I can't spell. Hello, Cajun. Lovely. Assuming you have your lunch break then. That seems awfully racist, Kyler. If I want to eat a Chinese person, I'm allowed to eat a Chinese person. If you know what I mean. What? Oh, well, off today. Was Starfield any fun? Of course, play on Twitch, because I mean... And extension should be like installed on stream, hopefully, at least. As I know, as I said, I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm just testing things today. Having a bit of a random first day. Whatever. May switch around games quite a bit. Sure, and let's do the brash people as well. Yes, if someone wants to try exclamation mark join in the Twitch chat, they should be able to join in. In the, like, story. And here we have Cajun. Well, it should be fine. Maybe. I said... Okay, Kyler, right? And there we have you. I'm not sure exactly how the Twitch integration works in this game. Like... I've not tested it. I don't know anything. And damn it, maybe we need another person. I have no clue actually. Like it did say 3 to 24 players or something, like because I can't click begin game, which is a bit rude. So who knows? Let me see. So yes, if there's any lurkers in the chat or something. Or give me 1 second and I'll see if I can manage to scrounge up another idiot to join. I mean... Otherwise, we'll just sit here and talk for, 4 hours until maybe someone shows up. That's also an option, you know. Exactly, just chatting with me, the least charismatic person in the world. I mean, I do know that I do have charisma. That's like the one thing going for me, but like... Because I have had friends before who essentially goes like, your voice is so... like... you're so spellbinding. Whenever you speak, I just listen, and I'm like, okay. I hate my own voice, but... I'll just do some self-promotion. Yeah, I mean, most people do hate their own voice. Mainly because you never hear your voice as it actually sounds. So it just sounds so weird when you actually hear it for real. Yes, exactly. And once again, more typos. And as we can see, I plan absolutely nothing. Otherwise, this would have been a lot better done. And we would have started long, long ago. But I know absolutely nothing of what I'm doing. And yes, the English channel is definitely the war canal. That, or I guess the Öresund Strait between Denmark and Sweden also works as a war canal. Voices. Sounds. So, still waiting for people to maybe join in. Have written to someone to come and help, maybe. The one person that will ruin my game. No matter what. Feel free to write exclamation mark join in Twitch chat to join in, and we'll see if it works. That is directed to any and all lurkers in chat. See? There we go. Now I could click begin game. And there we have my brother who will ruin my game no matter what. Cheese. Also, feel free to invite any and all of your friends. The more the merrier. Gouda is disgusting, but that's a different discussion. It's okay, I'm playing against you people, I guess. Each season you'll get 3 events to play. Click on one to get started. Okay. So these are the events, I'm assuming. Coronation, Path to Victory, and Council Introduction. The different regions. And I mean, if it's actual cat snacks, it's fine. That cheese is designed for her to eat. Okay, we have the noble list, okay. Let's press on the coronation. Kingdom stats, treasury, authority, and stability we have up here. Don't let them get to 0. Regions, okay. Okay. It should be fine. I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. I give the orders. The nobles restless, and when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. Please, stab each other, not me. I'm your queen, / king, / whatever. So, stab each other, and I'll forgive you. I know, so stab my brother, not me. Good. choices and stats. Some choices that do so will indicate this change here. Okay. One law per vote. Okay, so voting seems to be exclamation point vote and then the letter of the choice that you want. And I can do pick something that I would want or veto an option that I don't want, it seems. So, host a lavish parade with jugglers and fountains of wine. Invite foreign dignitaries and show off our wealth. Throw the king into the river. Or the nobles must put on a vast banquet for the king. Well, I'm picking D. And now you all get a vote by doing exclamation point, vote, and then A, B, C, or D in chat. And since we don't have any more nobles, everyone has voted. So let's click continue then. And you voted for invite foreign dignitaries and show off our wealth. Costly. But okay. So the treasury went down quite a bit, more than half of our treasury is gone. Okay, they arrive from all corners of the world, I guess, and it's only appropriate that I show off. A trained eagle drops a ruby-encrusted crown atop your head as you stand on a golden podium. The awed crowd includes such influential figures as the Dukes of Sal, the Princess of Tavalin, and even a pearl bearer from Atesh. Lucrative trade deals are struck at the evening's feast. Trade is now opulent, trade is now prosperous, dynamic. Some patricians' wealth has increased. I can see why the patricians wanted things to go that way. Everyone seems a bit richer. Fine. The Republic, after all, is fundamentally opposed to the very concept of monarchy. Of course it is. Can I do anything more? Okay. Let's do the council introduction next then. My first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. And let's see. Let's start with the patricians of the coast. A pleasure, your esteemed highness. Sure. It's a pleasure. You're all going to stab me in the back at some point. We have Cage. Also an honor to make your acquaintance. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. Are you, And Bishop of the March. Hail and well met, your majesty. That doesn't sound like my brother. up to something. And I will also remind people that are coming in a bit late, if there's anyone in the chat lurking, you can all feel free to join in by doing !join in chat. It works retroactively. It says up here that you can still type !join, followed by any pronouns you would want, of course. Your money will never be coming. It's my money at this point. Okay, I must acquire an heir. The nobles of the council will... Oh, okay, Cajun. See you later or next time. Good luck inquiring. You'll all scheme against me and kick me off the throne. Yes, I know, I understand. Those fools couldn't scheme their way out of a paper bag. Sounds like a certain cat I know. As a peacekeeper, I guess. And we can end the season. So each region will now vote for one of 3 randomly selected schemes. Carol of the Cajun Hawk Dynasty, powerful eastern chess master, leans delicately on a podium, whispering carefully. My fellow counts, in ancient times the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false king wears the crown. I'm not a false king. You're a false count. I guess it's time for another vote. Maybe, I don't know. Ah, only for the purple people. Then we just wait. Nothing then. Since the purple left. Four or less in 3 seasons, okay. That sounds rude. Eulalia of the Kyler family, legendary former pirate, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of the king. Something must be done. Any green people? Vote away. Meaning you, Kyler. And they vote for raising their own trade. The patricians plan to privatize this entire damn kingdom. First, they must build up their industry. To advance their scheme, the patricians must raise their trade to 5 or more in 4 seasons. And then we are on to Kim of the Ulster bloodline. Sinister Marcher Hellion stands before a blazing hearth, yelling at full volume. Sounds like my brother. When have the barons of the March backed down from a fight? Never. I know you'll do whatever it takes to put me, your rightful monarch, on the throne. The barons plan to modernize the kingdom's army in such a way that it's totally under their control. First, they must prove the military is in need of reform. To advance their scheme, the barons must lower the other region's military to a combined total of 10 or less in 4 seasons. Okay, I can check things. Continue to laws of the land, I guess. And one new law at a time. And I can, I guess... Okay, after voting, nobles can change their minds and vote for a different option. Monarch can mark their preferred voting option. If chosen, they gain +1 authority. Nobles must vote for their least favorite option, and the option with the least votes will pass. Let's do the easiest one. The swing votes. What sounds confusing? The reverse one, yeah? That's the point. Okay. Let's go do more things. The honor guard. Now that you're king, you need personal protection. Do I? From these maniacs? Yes. Yes, I do. Please don't hurt me. Okay, what are my options? Okay, the counts have Knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose. Patricians have champion gladiators from the arena. And the barons offer a squad of battle-hardened veteran soldiers. Tell me about the Eastern Knights. The Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. They'll understand palace etiquette, but it's been years since they fought an actual battle. They mostly write poems these days. Sounds lovely, but... How about the gladiators? Gang of low-born crooks have turned themselves into celebrities through their skill at chopping other people to bits. They're vain and selfish. Their skill in battle is undeniable, but can you trust them? How about the veterans of the March? These soldiers have fought more battles than they've had hot dinners. They'll be uncouth, no doubt, and won't adapt well to life in the palace, but they're loyal and tough as nails. And what foreign mercenaries do you want to suggest? A band of fearsome fighters from the Tatterlands called the Battle-Bitten Brethren. They specialize in bodyguard work, but they're costly, and hiring foreigners will betray a lack of confidence in our kingdom's fighters. I mean, I guess the veterans of the march. I mean, yes, that's the correct idea. The Reds are the best fighters. Obviously, I need them. And that makes your region more loyal to me than to you, so it's fine. Okay? No stabbing me in the back. The veterans arrive a few weeks later. They march into the throne room in perfect formation before lining up behind your throne, hands on their sword hilts. Each soldier sports a bigger scar than the last. And yes, I would assume this game is a lot more fun with more people. Way more people than what I currently have in my chat. Because what I have is mainly bots that I haven't banned, because why would I? I mean, just invite them. They need to make an account first and, join in, follow the channel, Okay. Sure they are. This is an outrage. I demand justice. Why the fuck do you demand justice? Last week, Cajun shook my hand as a supposed show of reconciliation and stole my family's lucky ring in the process. You have a lucky ring? Of course. Blood and stars. Nonsense. Rummage through your drawers and I'm sure you will find the thing. A feud has stood between our families for centuries. Cajun's ancestor left my ancestor tied to a rock in the woods for the wolves to consume. That's because his ancestor poisoned our well and killed half our household. I know. Cajun isn't even here to answer the crimes. Enough! I know Cajun stole my priceless ring. It brings the march great luck and bounty, and my dear cousin is to wear it when they marry. Ah! A or C? Votey vote vote. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Voting tied at 1. Then I pick send the Chancellor to the east to investigate. The counts are furious that the accusations are being taken seriously, because of course they are. Soon I will have to do something about it though, but... And the Chancellor is just happy to do it, because at least there's someone who's loyal to me. A new trend. Noble Patrician Kyler is here to see you, your majesty. They want to sell you a crab? Of course. Ah, it's the latest trend along the coast. The patricians have started keeping a species of jeweled crab as a fashionable pet. The creatures are so rare that one can now sell for as much as a mansion. Very well. I mean, the price is steep. The crabs will only go up in value. Let's just, look, you all already have more money than the treasury. So, what a waste of everyone's time. I'll make the sale of jeweled crabs legal. I'm sorry. But no. Go ahead, vote. Fine. And now we have to wait a few more seconds since, well, Cajun disappeared. One that is called prostitution and it's not legal. Well, it is, but depends on where. Okay? Okay, nobles can use their wealth to bid on any building in any region, each of which affects a stat. This is done through an auction where only the two most funded buildings are chosen. When the auction is open, nobles can fund with the following command. Exclamation mark fund a X, where X is personal wealth. So fund, letter, and how much of your money. Kyler, now did you miss the whole joke here? Or do I have to say that you have crabs? You know, crabs. Fine, let's start the auction. You can all vote with exclamation point, fund, letter A to F, and amount of money. And I hope you all remember what your things are that you want to do. And I just want your money, so... And yes, once again, this would make way more sense with 3 people. Or more. But I don't have any people. Let's start with finding a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master, but there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. But mother, I don't want to get married. Okay, I've been busy. What is your preference? Good. Well, all of you invite your friends. See? If you invite people, I get more than 3 people. Smart. I'm providing the content, you provide the people. It's a collaborative effort. I mean, just feel free to share things. Anywhere, everywhere. Like I'm doing. A noble has been kidnapped? Oh no. My brother's kidnapped. What do you mean? It's some criminal organization. These horrid miscreants demand gold and safe passage to Ashmead in exchange for his return. Some choices have uncertain outcomes called challenges. These can either be random or based on a stat. The percentage shows the chance of success. I'll just start the vote. A, B, or C? You all spent the treasury, so you can only blame yourself for not being able to just pay a ransom. And we are sending the troops. The outlaws put up a hard fight and the March's forces suffer heavy losses in the assault. But in the end, he is retrieved safe and sound, or safe as could be hoped for. Marcher fighters recover a hoard of gold and gems, some of which goes to the treasury and some to the barons. That's incredibly rude. I should get 100% of this. I sent the army. But yes, as I said, feel free to invite any and all friends you have. Then we get more people, and then this will become a lot more fun. And I still need, what, 20-ish followers? Searching for the ring. Oh no, we found the ring. But the situation is delicate. Because Cajun's niece has it, because Auste's cousin used it to propose to her. My guardian doesn't understand true love, and my dear cat and I are meant to be together, feud or no. All we want is a quiet life, a little garden, a flock of geese, 20 acres of land or so. No one knows about this romance yet, but tensions are high. Both regions are using the feud to fuel a full-on rivalry between barons and counts. Perhaps some soft-hearted, but I can't help. I mean, I am not paying. So the East is hating me. Which is a problem. That was a family ring, and your cousin used it. Don't blame anyone else. Different levels of tax or bribes for each region in your kingdom, potentially punishing some while rewarding others. Okay, and trade bonuses are a thing. Well, the counts kinda need less, because they are quite defiant. The barons are making more money at the moment. So fine. Equal. There we go. This is because neither of you are trying to invite people to join me. See? And because you're both backstabbing me. One eligible young man from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. Yes, yes. Alright, let's see them. Eldest son of the Eastern Cajun Hawk dynasty. Apparently they had a hell of a time getting him to smile for the portrait, of course. Half the family fortune in the gambling halls, lovely. Went missing a while ago. And he had accidentally locked himself in his cellar. Intriguing. The wealthy heir to noble patrician Kyler's estate. Just look at him, he's gorgeous, and apparently he's got a silver tongue too. Loves to go hunting. Led by his passion, living in the moment with no thought for his reputation. Scion of the prestigious Outstay bloodline. The barons all seem a little scared of him though, I can't work out why. hunting, nobody's safe from his crossbow. Notorious for using draconian measures to keep his peasants in line. Meh. We don't like draconian things. I mean, I still need to lower the count's defiance, so... And unsurprisingly, the crab bubble has burst. Bad news, Your Majesty. A new reef has been discovered which is overflowing. With millions of jeweled crabs. Crab prices are crashing catastrophically. Welcome, Potatum. What? What? The entire kingdom will suffer financially, Your Majesty, with the exception of a few patricians. And also, feel free if you want to join in by writing !join in the chat. Curiously, noble patrician Kyler, the very same patrician who first began the crab craze, recently sold all their crabs at a huge profit, just days before the crash. Ah, insider trading. I hope you share with the crown. Something must be done. You summon your council to discuss the crab price crisis. Many assembled nobles have invested heavily in the crab market, and they are casting furious glances at the patricians' benches. Understandable. I'm just quickly gonna veto the first one. Because the treasury cannot afford that. Vote away. I mean, are you allowed to vote? If you try? I mean... You are allowed to vote if the game says that you're allowed to vote, but... Fine. I mean, it will be a tie-break, and I will... unless there are lurkers in the chat who want to join in and vote before I close it. Of course. And if so, you can just type !join, followed by your preferred pronouns if you want to. Giving it a few seconds more before we go to a tiebreak and the treasury explodes. in so much money. Voting is tied. I'm sorry, Kyler, but the treasury needs the money. Outraged patricians protest that your actions are illegal and make a mockery of the law. How is it illegal when insider trading isn't illegal? Okay. Like, why would that be legal? I don't... Well, whatever. The happy couple. That couple from the March and the East are here to speak to the council. You brought us so much joy, I can't believe I finally get to be with my dear Valentina. But it's not all good. We wanted to get married and start a farm together, enjoy some peace and quiet for a change. All we need is each other and a few adorable animals, and the wedding would be tiny, 300-400 people at most. But of course, Alte and Cajun refuse to give us anything. Please, my liege, help us just once more. 1 second. I got a little notification. So I just need to check whatever it was. Nothing important. Good. Should I help the lovers live out their farming dreams? This is a bit of a hard one, but no. Let's be nice and do that. What? I did nothing. I've done nothing. I mean, see? Well, I was thinking, but then I realized that no. Exactly. So once again, I mean, if there are any lurkers in chat, feel free to join in with exclamation mark join. The more the merrier. And if there's anyone here that hasn't followed already, then feel free to follow away. When Cajun realizes that the council's decision is final, they grudgingly host the wedding in their castle and hands over the desired 30 acres as a gift. The wedding itself is a modest affair for nobility, but Kat and Valentina don't mind. They only have eyes for each other. Bart soon sees on the story, making it more and more dramatic in every telling and praising Cajun for eventually coming round. The story puts the counts at an advantage at the negotiating table. As for the couple, they live happily enough on Cajun's land. With the help of the lucky ring, Cat cultivates a flock of sheep who follow them devotedly wherever they go. See, it would have been more positive things. for you. But no. So was I trying to screw you over? Exactly. Far in the east, Count Cajun is hosting a dinner party in their castle with a few distinguished guests. The kingdom's fine. No one's calling for the king's advisors to resign. We need to step it up. More chaos, more panic. Then we can swoop in and offer the king an olive branch. Indeed, and if he doesn't want to take it, we'll smack him with it until he gives in. The Count's aim is to lower stability to 4 or less. Yes, we know. Plus 600 treasure if the nobles vote for the selected option. If the nobles vote otherwise, minus 200 treasure. No, let's do that. Oh no, I need to replace one. And how do I do that then? Let's switch to swing votes. Let's try out some reverse voting. Which is still probably a lot better when you have way more players, because then some people will actually be confused. Let's start with the royal wedding. Your wedding to Rishimar is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Rishimar at your side. Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? I mean, yeah, I guess. Then I pronounce you king and husband. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new husband, Rishimar, refuses to dance at all, preferring instead to brood in the corner. How rude. By the time you find yourself alone with Rishimar, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. Did you see the 8 crows perched on the church tower as we walked into the cathedral? A dire omen. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. Your words don't seem to sink in. Instead, Rishimar burst into tears. This is going great already. The peasants have the right idea. They get married for love, not for politics. Oh, to live the simple life of a commoner. Somehow I doubt you'd actually enjoy being poor. What do you know? You're the king. Life is so easy for you. Everyone does what you say. But for me, oh, life is perpetual misery. And no one understands, not even my king. Okay, he pulls away from me, retreats to the spare bedchamber, slamming the door, and I'm left feeling a little depressed. Oh well. A comet sighting? A blood-red comet was spotted in the night sky over the coast, Your Esteemed Highness. The workers are claiming it is a terrible omen. The common folk are on the verge of panic. Is there anything I can do? Tell the church to dispel such baseless superstition. I'll tell them there's nothing to worry about. Let's just say nothing to worry about. And I failed. You deliver a speech reassuring the peasants of the coast that the comet isn't a good or bad thing, just a thing. Probably the ninth god riding a chariot or whatever. Unfortunately, the peasants don't believe a word of it. Your reassurances only panic them further. For a few weeks, the coast is gripped by panic. Riots break out in the streets. Soothsayers wander the land, foretelling doom. Tithe trouble. Your Highness, I've come to submit a complaint about the Counts of the East. Lately, they have been neglecting their tithes. I'm not a debt collector. Who do you think the common folk will blame if the church starts failing? Me? No, Your Highness, they'll blame you alone. How rude. Especially if I tell my priests to spread word that you refuse to help a holy man in need. Fine, I'll help. The worst offender is Cajun. They haven't paid their tithe in years. I want an example to be made of them. Go ahead and vote. Rude. Counts should not be exempt from paying taxes. And voting has passed. What? Just because I'm not paying my tithes? No, you can't do this to me. Oh, yes, we can. Hands behind your back, you faithless scum. After that, the rest of the counts pay their tithes promptly for the rest of the year. The Archbishop is most grateful, and his priests preach of your faith. Lovely. Okay, before we continue, I will take a quick little break. In the meantime, I guess you both can make more efforts to try and maybe get more people to join in on the fun. Anyway, I will be back in a few minutes. And we will continue shortly, as soon as the cat has been fed. So that the last player is ready again. Allegedly, at least. I truly should start banning all of these bots, but... Lovely, then we can continue, I guess. Maybe. In a dingy seaside tavern, two patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. The coast's economy has never been better. Lovely. We're making more money than I know what to do with. Money breeds money. I've made a series of investments to improve our profits even more. But what do we do with all the rest of this gold? Time to start buying things, of course. Land, roads, bridges. We'll buy up the whole kingdom, piece by piece. But first the king must be in desperate need of our gold. To advance their scheme, the patrician must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Amidst dark and foreboding forests, a small squat castle stands watch over the Marcher border. There, at the end of the kingdom, a plot is hatching. Ha! The kingdom's militaries are in shambles. Those pathetic weaklings couldn't fight their way through a field of rabbits. I've drafted the reform proposals as planned. The council will be more than happy to follow our lead. Good, but we must ensure they don't get skittish. The kingdom must be stable for a proposal to work. Grand, a calm before the storm. For the next stage of the Baron's scheme, they must raise stability to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Well, that's already there. Well, more crabs it is, the crab trial. And also, again, if there's any lurkers in chat, feel free to join in with !join. After months of delay, noble patrician Kyler is finally due to stand trial for their crab-related market manipulation. You stand accused of perpetrating fraud and tricking hundreds into buying expensive crabs. How do you plead? I'm guilty only of making money, so I broke a few laws along the way. Is that a crime? Yes, obviously. I pronounce you guilty as charged, and your fate will be decided by the king. So, do you have any defenses? Kyler, anything you want to say in your defense? Is that it? God made me do it? Yeah, you're not convincing me, I'm sorry. I did it for the vine. The next morning you stand at your balcony and watch as noble patrician Kyler is led to the gallows. Don't ruin the crab market. You're the fools who bought the bloody things. They were just crabs. Crabs! All I did was meet a demand. A curse on you all. A curse, a curse. Their words are cut off as the noose tightens. Noble patrician Kyler has died. Kyler II has joined the council. Death collection. The council session has ended for the day, so you're quite surprised when noble patrician Kyler II corners you in a back passage of your castle just before dusk. Greetings, your esteemed highness. Apologies for surprising you like this, but I have an urgent matter that I thought you'd want to hear in private before I go to the council. Your husband, the king consort, how can I put this? He owes me a lot of money. Gambling, that's mainly. He borrowed quite a lot from me to recover some lost funds, but now it's time to collect, and he's been avoiding me. I can't help you. That's unfortunate, your august majesty. Still, I thank you for your time. They scurry away into the darkness of your corridors. During council's next session, noble patrician Kyler leaves the same accusations against Rishimer, only this time in public. At this stage, you're powerless to step in. A council vote will determine Rishimer's fate. Let's do a quick little veto. There we go. Vote away. A, B, C. Well, B or C. Votey vote vote. Yes, it's unfortunate that our third player had to leave mid-game. Because this is a tie. Which means I decide. Nah. Rishimer awkwardly avoids your gaze as noble patrician Kyler starts to count out their coin. A risky wager. Hold on to your masks, hats, and other accessories, everyone. Baron Alstay is about to lose a huge amount of money. We've bet our life savings on a boat race around the coast, and I am sure to win the day. So sure, in fact, that I petitioned the council to officially sponsor my voyage. What makes you so sure? By the 9th, your august majesty, I am a patrician. We practically learn to sail before we can walk. They're talking rubbish, your highness. My nice little cog will easily outstrip Kyler's old boat. If you sponsor anyone, sponsor me. I mean, this is your thing. But to be fair, let me just look. No. I need to lower the patrician's defiance a bit, so I guess I will sponsor Kyler. Hey, stop being rude. So, quickly, are there any lurkers in chat that wants to join in? Exclamation mark join, and then vote A. Okay? Anyone? Anyone? Or I can always crash the game. You are both incredibly rude. My authority is now oppressive. Excitement builds as merchants and tourists flock to the starting town. Soon both boats embark on their journey. They look very small and flimsy against the vast ocean backdrop. Your August Majesty, I understand you elected to sponsor both competitors, but surely you have a sense that one will outdo the other. Would you fancy a small wager? What sort of wager, first of all? A mere trifle for you, I'm sure, Your Serene Highness. Your wisdom is known by all, so natural you'd have a great fortune. I have no time for such things. I'm sorry, but no. And it's time for an auction again. And it's definitely going to be very much won by, well, one person. Please, everyone, just vote for the prison. What? If you can't even vote for other people's things. I don't know. I have never played this game before. I have no clue what's happening. The two most funded buildings will get built. I think you don't... I think now that I see how it works, Kyler, before you do anything, you can just put slightly more in. Yes, because it's cumulative. So, what was built? Okay, D and A. That's fine. End the season. I wanted the stability to go down a bit. About your heir? Your marriage to Rishamer is not what you'd hoped. He seldom sleeps in your bed, and over breakfast you exchange only a few frosty words before he departs to meet some friends for a card game. The last thing on your mind is procuring an heir, but the needs of the kingdom must prevail. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. It went about as well as could be expected. You're still in power, aren't you? Still got a crown on your head? That's what matters. You've done well so far, but something's still missing. An heir. You need someone young, whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick. Even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. I'm pretty sure I have a bastard child lying around somewhere. The church won't be happy, but they're just as keen to avoid a civil war as we are. Yes, somewhere in the basement, probably. I mean, isn't that where you keep all your bastards? And we've already established child murder is perfectly, completely fine. The church won't be happy, but they're just as keen to avoid a civil war as we are. They'll legitimize the bastard without much fuss. I will meet with the Archbishop tomorrow. An island discovered. We've heard from the boating competition around the coast, Your August Majesty. I have a letter from noble patrician Kyler II. Most excellent. Though we weathered the storm, we found a tiny deserted island that wasn't on our maps where we could rest and shelter. Alstay was so lucky he was blown off course, and I haven't seen him since, the fool. I've called it Kyler II's land and officially claim it for the patricians. Excellent. Not only is my friend winning the race, this is wonderful news for the coast. Great God, I had a letter from Ulster saying he saw this island first. His claim is just as legitimate, if not more. Your August Majesty, surely you cannot entertain this nonsense. This could be of great strategic importance to the coast. Vote is on. And again, if there's any people lurking around in chat, feel free to join in by going !join and then vote away. I will give it a few seconds if someone would want to join. Of course you have to, but of course you would lose that vote. Because this game is definitely not designed for this few people. Now I at least lowered the coast's defiance a bit. As the race goes on, the coastal navy moves into the island to inspect it for useful coves. It should be very useful in the fight against piracy. Yes, have the kitties join. Just make a Twitch account for both of the kitties and then they can join in. Meanwhile, tension rises in the capital as the nobles wait to hear what discoveries the race has in store next. What is against the terms of service? Having cats get to have Twitch accounts. Welcome, RG. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And no, actually making fake accounts isn't necessarily against the terms of service. You are allowed to have, well, multiple accounts for yourself, though. That's fine. Perfect. We now have someone in the accounts that is actually here. Welcome, Toby Polsko. Welcome, welcome. Feel free to join in. Thank you. my dutiful servants and fellow, well, my dutiful vassals, rather. And now the patricians are outnumbered. Well, so are the counts, because one of the counts sadly had to leave early. So I guess the barons will... Oh yes, I am always welcome in the east. I am... well, married to a Easterner, so... Modernization proposals. Well, that's beside the point. Your Highness, the Barons of the March plan to have the Council push through a number of military reforms. Of course. For the good of the kingdom, they say, but the reforms are designed to consolidate Marcher control over our ranks. We have to stop them? In this situation, I can only give you advice, my king. The barons are waiting for a period of stability that will allow them to pass the necessary amendments while everyone's guard is down. It looks as though the barons will soon have the opportunity they need to put forth the military reforms, but things could change. You bring the revelations which the barons wholeheartedly deny to the council. Accuse the barons of treason. Stall the military reforms with a host of legal quibbles, delay the scheme for one season, or allow the reforms to pass unhindered. I'm just gonna veto that last one. Feel free to vote away, my loyal council. I wouldn't mind some stability lowering. But that's just me. The counts want to lower the stability. The barons want stability to be 5 or higher at the moment. And the patricians want the treasury to go down. Oh, I'm waiting. We still have more people that could vote. A, B, or C. And now everyone has voted. Well, everyone that's here. Voting is tied. I am going to accuse the barons of treason. Because I want the stability to lowered so that the barons don't get on with their scheming. The stability is now teetering, and authority is now tyrannical. Lovely, lovely. The council chamber erupts with shouts and insults. Accusations, formal and informal, circulate throughout the kingdom, shocking everyone. Peasants in the march and beyond protest the reforms. Derisive cartoons are posted on tavern notice boards while priests warn against trusting the self-serving barons and their wicked ways. Welcome in, Potato. Let's see what you went in as a count. So the patricians are still outnumbered by far. If you all want to invite some more friends, feel free to do so. The more the merrier, after all. You can only hope it will be enough to delay the reforms. The kingdom's in great jeopardy, and the council is calling for the king's inner circle to resign. We need to increase the pressure. If the king's in a weak enough position, He's got no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spymaster, no more marshal or chancellor or treasurer. A whole new inner circle all made up of counts. For the next stage of the scheme, the counts must lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Good luck with that one. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. The thrice-cursed king is still refusing to sell us any public land. It makes sense, the treasury is flush with coin right now. Patience, my friend. Let's bide our time until the king's gold runs out. The patrician's aim is to lower the treasury to 1,500 or less. In the Grand Hall of Baron Ulstay's castle, a number of figures are hunched around the hearth, plotting away. Has the council agreed to hear our military reform proposals yet? No, not yet. The kingdom is too distracted with foolish business. If we can help calm things for a moment, we'll get our chance. The Baron's aim is to raise stability to at least 5. Be nice, all of you, or else I'm doing that. So, exactly, bribes. That is abuse of power, but I'm the king. You have been very loyal so far. But will you stay loyal? That is the question. Just to make sure, the patricians... I mean... Yes, fine. I'll just leave the taxes as they are. Except for the barons. The barons can pay a bit more because their defiance isn't that high anyway. And I don't like them. And they dared me. The rest of you get to pay your normal taxes. An eerie feeling. I'm most pleased with the new library we built on my land, but the scholars believe the library is cursed. They refuse to read any of the books on its shelves. I mean, isn't that what brothers are for? Money? Why in the 7 hells do they believe that? Nobody knows, they just say it gives them a creepy feeling. What should we do? Let's remove that one at least. I don't want you to raise it. I'm sorry, but I'm rude like that. Vote, vote, vote. Vote away. Yes, you built this library. And at least I vetoed the fact that some people wanted to raise the library. So I am on your side. I know we have more people. More people that can vote. I'm giving it a little bit of time so that more of you can join if you want to. My fellow vassals, you are in this. You are the ones that decide what we do with this library. And that is more than enough for me. If you want to sway the votes in your favor, my brother, you'll just have to invite more people until it happens. Good luck. And that goes for the rest of you as well. Like, if you ever want to sway the vote in your favor, just invite more people that you can manipulate and vote for you. There's nothing less scary than puppies and clowns, those honking, squeaking bringers of joys. Soon enough, the library is covered in colorful images of giant playful puppies and enormous laughing clowns. The effect is more troubling than you'd hoped. Yes, feel free, Potatum. You can invite even more people to bully my bully me, his brother. I am here to be bullied. It's fine. Like, just bring more people, the more the merrier. And also, you know, the more I grow, the better. For everyone. Especially when it turns out that bullying me accidentally makes me get more followers than my brother. See? Logic. By the 9th, my liege. This hasn't solved anything. The scholars are still avoiding my library like the plague. We'll shut it down until this is sorted out. Stability is now unstable. Noble overboard. Your esteemed highness, we've had a message from noble patrician Kyler II. I was indulging in some grog with the crew one evening and inadvertently fell into the water. Obviously I survived, thanks to a group of passing Finn folk who dragged me from danger, but they won't return me to my boat without payment. Of course you'll pay the ransom, your august majesty, won't you? Vote, vote, vote away. Everyone vote A or B, preferably B. Fine. As I said, you just have to invite more people if you want the vote to go your way. I mean, you are the one who started the interfering by making me have to contribute to the both of you. Have all the nobles voted? Cajun isn't here, but... No, it hurts me as well. I had to pay. The Finn folk gratefully receive the payment from the treasury and release noble patrician Kyler II, as well as giving them some advice about the upcoming route. The barons splutter in outrage about favoritism towards noble patrician Kyler. But the patricians praised the council's decision far and wide. Well, get more people to stack the vote. That's always a easy way to get people to join. You know. If you write that you're trying to establish a dictatorship and need all the votes for it to happen, then people will flock to you. Noble patrician Kyler is in the lead, pushing ahead as the race nears its end. I take no side, I take my own side. Workers on strike. Your Majesty, I need help with my peasants. The East is prosperous and living conditions are improving, but they still want more. They've gone on strike, demanding better pay and fewer hours. Many have thrown down their tools and started squatting on my property. We should deliberate with the council. One little second, just. Checking because I saw my phone flash up. Nothing important. Okay, send in the Eastern troops, issue a royal proclamation ordering the strikers to stand down, compensate the workers with funds from the treasury, give them what they want. I would be perfectly fine if we issue a royal proclamation. So I, the monarch, prefer B. Okay, you both... Those darn peasants get to work, and we should give them what they want. Yep. That sounds about right. Fine. This is outrageous. Next you'll be asking them to vote or something. Really? You're complaining about about your own option. That's kinda rude. Sweeping reforms are soon enacted, despite Potatum's repeated protests. The commoners' lives are improved, leading to a happier workforce and greater profits. Can't we just go back to the easy life of serfdom? And that's a season. After several rounds of deliberations, the council approves wide-ranging reform to the kingdom's standing armies. The barons of the March are set to be the major contributors to this new model army, having volunteered their expertise and manpower in these trying times. Meanwhile, in a foreboding Marcher fortress, the barons are celebrating. Ha! I can hardly believe they went for it. This is all well and good, but we have not won yet. We must make our final preparations. How should the barons use their new model army to take control of the kingdom? Barons, Vote away. And yes, the counts only know how to complain. I know. That's what they do. Yep. And we should have another Baron. If Toby is still here. Well, dealing with cats sounds annoying. My cat is better than your cat. Fact. No, we'll just go on then. Voting has closed, and they will raise their own military. Yes, yes. Dog better than cat. No. I mean, we have a cat dog, or dog cat, depends. At least if you read historical sources. Then it's settled. We have a plan of attack, but one last thing remains. Defense. For a final march on the capital, we'll need a sizable home garrison to repel opportunistic attacks from other regions. For the final stage of their scheme, the barons must raise their military to at least 7. At least one region has entered the final stage of their scheme. If they pass it, they will win the game. There are some exceptions. If 2 or more regions pass the final scheme stage, the winner will be decided at random. If stability, authority, or treasury hits 0 and the final scheme stage passes at the same time, the scheme takes priority. If a rebellion ends with a rebellion win and a final scheme stage passes at the same time, the scheme takes priority. The monarch can only win in ambition events, which will appear after you've acquired an heir. Lovely. Stop the count instead of reverse voting. Because I think reverse voting would only work if I had like a few more 100 people in here trying to, vote. When it's a bit more chaotic. And 1 second, I just need to have a bit of a drink quickly before we continue, because it's quite taxing speaking for hours on end. Sorry about that. My microphone is in a terrible position. I am in a terrible position. So sorry for any accidental noises or anything when I accidentally hit the microphone. Well then, let's start with the one here in the patricians, or at the coast. The end is near. The coastal boat race is nearly at a close. I'm pleased to announce that noble patrician Kyler is all set to win. How exciting! Truly this race is of utmost importance. On a completely unrelated note, I have a shipment of silver that is due to intercept the racers any day now. If my ship got in the way, who knows what might happen. I dare say the race's outcome could be altered. I don't know. Maybe that's just your future. Of course, I could be convinced to alter the shipment's route instead. Your esteemed highness, we must put a stop to this shameless attempt to sabotage the race. I'm just trying to think, what would I want? Is the thing. Yes, all of them do. Go. Vote A, vote A, vote A. Anyone else who wants to join in, who's lurking around? Anyone, please? And what is my mod offering you for doing this? And I'm trying to stop it. I'm not wanting rebellions, okay? Great God, this undermines the very sanctity of the boat race. Count RG's lumbering ship makes its slow way in front of Alstay's boat, blocking the way to the finish line. The silver makes its way to Tavalin ahead of schedule. Soon, nobles and peasants alike gather at the finish line, watching breathlessly as the winner arrives. And it's noble patrician Kyler II. Excellent! No one can beat a patrician in a boat race. I could not have done it without the generous sponsorship of King Firsty. Now pay up. Damn it, I can't even stand to look at fish anymore. And I don't know what's happened to my sea legs. And my brother is now broke. Thank you very much. Perhaps you'd like a rematch in a year's time? No, I'm never setting foot in a boat again, you salty sea urchin. Back on the coast, merchants flock to investigate Kyler's boats and use their sailing techniques to improve their own crafts. Welcome, Sensei Tadpole. Though the race is over, it gripped the kingdom. Similar bets take place as far afield as Sal and Kerf, some successful and others ending in watery deaths. Fund the crown. Falsely accused. Your Majesty, I bring bad news from our newly constructed prison in the east. One of the prisoners, a murderous rogue by the name of Cheddar Jamforth, has escaped. His location is currently... The double doors bang open. A grubby-looking peasant strides into the council hall, escorted by an anxious watchman. In this room? Sorry, Your Majesty. He said it was urgent, and he was pretty persuasive. Your Majesty, I swear I'm innocent. Count Potatum threw me in prison on trumped-up charges simply because I said I didn't like their hat. Haha, Your Majesty, I have no idea what this fool is talking about. Well then, Potatum. Anything to say in your defense? No, 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 no. We're just going to veto the... One of you will have to answer for this obvious crime. So let's just start the vote. And I hope you all go for A. Thank you very much. Vote A, people. Vote A. Vote A for more authority. You had a choice sometimes. And if there's anyone lurking around in chat who wants to join, feel free to just write !join in the chat with your preferred pronoun if you want to. Ah, lovely. It's lovely being king. Maybe it'll have better hats in prison, eh? Say another bad word about my hat. One more word, knave. I dare you. It takes 7 watchmen to restrain Count Potatum as they are dragged down to your dungeons. While the common folk celebrate Cheddar Jamforth's exoneration, it's also taken as a sign that the king's justice is flawed. Count Potatum has been imprisoned, and Potatum II has joined the council. And another event in the east. Behold, your grace. Count R.G. pulls aside a tarpaulin to reveal a granite statue of Count Potatum II. The statue is impeccably detailed, its expression a frozen grimace. A sad sight, is it not? A gift for me? No, your highness, this is no statue. It seems the Stone Maiden is abroad in the east. Well, I know she's abroad. She's called the Stone Maiden. This is no laughing matter. She's a walking statue with burning yellow eyes. All who meet her gaze are turned to stone. She sleeps for years at a time before waking and terrorizing the kingdom. She must have ambushed Count Potatum II on their latest walk in the cemetery. Please, your majesty, we must do something. Count Potatum II has died, and Potatum III has joined the council. Ah, lovely. Send an army to smash this thing to rubble. Tell everyone in the east to hide. Consult the fairy tales for a solution. I'm gonna set a law. You have 15 seconds. Go. Preferably C. Or D. Don't vote A. A is bad. A is bad. A is terrible. You are all terrible, terrible people. You send out word that you need a wizard, and fast. A few days later, one arrives and presents a hideous spectacle indeed. The wizard is a smoking ruin of twisted slag, mouth stretched in a silent scream, carried into your throne room atop a palanquin. He is set down carefully by a team of sickly-looking apprentices. I hear you are having trouble with a woman who turns people to stone. A matter I regretfully have some experience with. I can make this problem go away for the advertised fee. And a small sacrifice. All I require is one of the king's teeth. But I just remembered to floss. This will make flossing, if anything, easier. You survey the worried faces of your nobles. Allowing this wizard to pull out a royal tooth looks weak, but condemning your citizens look cowardly. I refuse. Get out of here. I don't care. I want my money back. Very well, but remember that you could have avoided what comes next. Oops. The Stone Maiden, enraged, stalks the east for weeks on end, turning thousands of peasants into twisted granite figurines. I'm the king. I decide. Okay? Once again, if you want something to go your way, invite more people to stack the vote for your case and topple my rule. I'll happily do whatever you want if you manage to get me to 50 followers. I will say that. If you all get me to 50 followers, I'll do whatever bidding you want in the game. At long last, she retreats to her lair deep underground and falls asleep once more. On the bright side, the counts now have plenty of oddly realistic statues to sell. And, well, continue to the rebellion report. One or more regions are able to rebel, as their defiance stat is higher than both authority and stability. If the rebels get more victory points than the loyalists, they'll win the game. If the loyalists get more victory points than the rebels, they'll put down the rebellion and continue the game. If multiple regions rebel and win, a vote between the two rebelling regions with the highest stats will determine the successor. Rebelling regions have their schemes paused. Yes. And, well, stop the region from advancing. I don't know. And they can't be taxed to take part in normal votes. Check. Let's click on end season. Counts may vote to rebel by typing rebel. My heir. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council holding a small child in your arms. The council hall is filled with nervous silence. And I now have an heir. Yay! Your Highness, may I be the first to congratulate you on legitimizing your son. What is his name? No, you may not. Hurrah, your majesty! I'm sure little Firsty will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. Well, a tasty innovation. I don't mean to exaggerate, your majesty, but I believe I have pioneered the most incredible invention in the history of mankind. Yes, I know, the block is being... is the execution block. I know, I'm waiting for it. I was hosting a small party playing cards with some old friends. I called for a servant to bring me something to eat that was both tasty and convenient, as my hands were occupied. What my servant brought me that evening will change the world forever, your grace. Show me. Behold. He holds in the air a plate. Atop the plate are 2 slices of bread with a piece of meat wedged between them. It allows the hungry noble to consume 2 slices of bread plus meat all at once, saving valuable time. Meanwhile, the bread serves as an impregnable barrier, preventing one's hands from being besmirched by meaty juices. Magnificent! Naturally, since this is my invention, I propose we name it after me. In a few years' time, I expect everyone to be enjoying a nice RG for lunch. But naturally, this innovation cannot be made available for free. Every time an RG is consumed, I expect small royalty payment. There we go. Vote away. Vote, vote, vote. Vote A. Everybody vote A. All the A's. Give RG all the royalties. All the royalties. Rude. All of you are terribly, terribly rude. How dare you? RGs prove a massively popular luncheon. Bakers spring up across the East experimenting with new ingredients. Turns out you can put almost anything between 2 pieces of bread. For the last few months, my liege, our new library has stood disused and forlorn. I went to visit it a few days ago. The joyous art pieces you commissioned have deteriorated. The puppies look like sad ghosts, and the clowns look frankly alarming. While I was there, I met a woman who'd set up camp among the empty bookshelves. She claimed to be researching. From the look of her, I think she was a witch. A witch? Gadzooks. My thought exactly, my liege. I hurried out of there to avoid being turned into a frog. Witches are not to be taken lightly, my liege. We must consult the council. Yeah, vote away. You're free to do whatever. What should we do about the witch? Voting has closed them. You would seek help from a witch. This kingdom grows more corrupt by the day. Yes, Kyler does think books are for losers. That's why they're a writer. The witch sends word that she would be happy to speak to the king, but she's terribly busy. She wants you to travel out to meet her. I am not lowering authority. So, ignore the witch. She can continue doing what she thinks. That's fine. I would have been happy to help you to continue on with your things if you didn't decide to rebel. I mean, you have only yourselves to blame here. You are in open rebellion. Why should I help you? In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Count Cajun, who isn't here, has gathered their fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. The council demanded a shake-up, but the king resists all calls to replace his advisors. A great shame. There's little we can do while the king's position is so powerful. The council's aim is to lower authority to 4 or less. Sitting on a bench outside a sun-bleached villa, 2 patricians of the coast meet to plot their latest scheme. To what do I owe this pleasure, Madam Treasurer? We'll give it a rest. You know why I'm here. Let's just hurry this up, shall we? Where do I sign? Here and here and here. There you go. You've got what you wanted. Of course. Goodbye, Madam Treasurer. Do my eyes deceive me? Was that the royal treasurer you were speaking with? Indeed, my friend. Good news. With the king's gold running out, the treasurer was willing to sell off the kingdom's roads and bridges. Soon the kingdom will be ours. But what will we do when we own everything? And the patricians can vote. To turn the king into a corporate mascot, or extract wealth from the kingdom until it collapses. If my patrician would want to vote for something. We'll soon have the king dancing to our tune. We just need to make sure the kingdom's in a nice, comfortable rut. For the final stage of their scheme, the patricians must raise stability to at least 7. And we have another auction. I would be very happy to see all the monuments. Monuments, monuments, monuments. Build me a monument. Barons. Or, well, any of you. All of you, just build me a monument. How rude. Also, wrong way round, Kyler. Letter before number. You're all terribly rude. I wanted a monument. Well, I'm sorry. I have chat to explain things for me, don't I? Rebellion. At long last, the barons have reached their boiling point. You are confronted in your throne room by Baron Toby, his boots stomping mud all over your nice carpet. The barons of the march are sick of your lies and tyranny. Will give you soft city-dwelling bastards a proper kicking. We will be fighting for Kim, the true monarch. This is a formal declaration of war. The next time we see each other will be on the battlefield. One day, I will see your head on a spike. There will be many heads on spikes before this war is over. Mine will not be among them. Baron Toby strides from your throne room without looking back. I didn't expect him to move so boldly, Your Majesty. What are our chances? Well, we're badly outnumbered. Your hopes are slim. How did things get this bad? The leader of the rebellion is Baron Alstay. As a reason for the uprising, he's citing your history of petty transgressions against the barons. Or just because backstabbing. No urge to murder rising. Yes, Your Majesty, hold on to that feeling, you'll need it. So this is it? Civil war? That's right, Your Majesty. The kingdom is divided. There will be a lot of death and suffering before all this is over. I can't wait. I'll go dig out the trebuchets. Glory awaits, Alstay. Our forces will soon march across the river Goldspool in the coast, and after that it's a clear road to the capital. A river crossing is a dangerous time for any army. We should do something unexpected, build rafts downstream and float our troops across. By the 9th, what cowardice is this? If we take the main bridge and fortify it, we'll control half the coast. If I urge caution. Barons can vote. Vote. Then, authority it is. Rank cowardice, but if that's our decision. The barons cross the river downstream. On primitive rafts, they're able to get closer to the capital while avoiding ambush by the patricians. But the peasant folk whisper that the barons are afraid of the king's loyalists. My dear counts of the East, thank you for joining us in our righteous war against the tyrant. It was in our best interests, enemy of my enemy and all that. Well, before you commit your troops, you must decide where to direct your opening strike. We can launch a preemptive strike against the patricians to cripple their military capabilities. If we suspect the patricians may join our cause, we can call them to war. They'll be more likely to join us if the king's authority is low. You could also call upon the church to condemn the king, or finally you could send off an assassin to nip this in the bud. Vote, vote, vote away. My little counts. You treacherous bastards. All of you. Vote B. Any other counts that want to voice their opinion? I take that no as a no. Voting has closed. The Counts launched a surprise attack on the coast, slashing and burning their way across fields and farmlands. Before they can get too far, however, the coastal army springs an ambush, catching the eastern soldiers totally unawares. Military challenge failed. Loyalists gain a victory point. Military is now mediocre, and farming is now needful. Marvelous, no mercy for traitors, long live the king! The Eastern army are forced into disorderly retreat back to their own lands, losing demoralized troops to ambush and desertion along the way. And the season. I'm sorry that I cannot lower the taxes necessarily. I will, however, do that if ever the treasury isn't in a terrible position. So I just leave them in the middle. The loyalists gain a victory point, the rebels still have 0. A great battle. Vast armies darken the landscape like the shadows of clouds. Flags are flying. Drums are pounding in rhythm with the marching of boots. The kingdom is gripped with civil war. At least that's what you imagine. Most of your time is spent in the safety of your palace, poring over a giant map with your marshal. Your Majesty, the army of the March is trying to link up with the army of the East. If we take them both on at once, we're in real trouble. Our only hope is the patricians. Against both armies at once, they'd be outnumbered, but perhaps they can take one of the rebel armies by surprise before the two join forces. We have no choice but to strike one or the other before it's too late. What are your orders, Your Majesty? Go after the Eastern army first. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll relay your orders to the commander in the field. Hopefully they do as they're told. God knows treachery can thrive on a battlefield. Patricians, please follow orders. Because you're loyal. It's actually the other way around, but okay. I mean, vote A. I'm your puppet. You want to follow my orders. Thank you, and I'm sorry if there's any noise in the background. My cat is currently attacking a box. The whole city holds its breath. You stew in your palace, waiting for your marshal's return. Finally, she bursts into your throne room, drenched in the blood and sweat of battle. Marshal, report. At dawn we drew up in battle formations. It's all very orderly at first, your majesty. But after the trumpets blow and the cavalry charge, it's nothing but blood and screams. Anyway, after the red mist lifted, I appraised the situation. The eastern line was breaking. They were fleeing the field. It was a total rout, your majesty. With your loyalists scarcely taking a scratch, the 9th is with us. Authority is now imperious, loyalists gain 3 victory points, and military is now weak. For the counts. Thank the 9th. Instead of the 9th, you should thank the patricians, maybe send them some flowers. The eastern army is scattered all over the countryside. It'll be months before they can regroup. But now our armies are tired and the barons are still out there, raring for a fight. We can only hope our luck holds out. It'll all come down to the next battle, your majesty. The fate of the kingdom hangs in the balance. I'll lead the troops personally this time. I must advise against this. You'll be in great danger, and inspiring as your presence may be to the troops, your death or severe injury would destroy their morale completely. You must protect me then. Very well, your majesty. I will prepare your armor and horse. We ride at dawn. Mastering an army. Along the march's border, countless boots churn the ground to mud. Marching songs fill the air. The baron's troops are gathering in vast numbers. Huzzah! Look at them all. What are we waiting for, eh? Let's come down on the capital like hell itself. I'm as eager to spill blood as anyone, my friend, but we can't commit too early. When we strike, we must strike with all our might, and on that subject, I've considered several proposals to further bolster our army for the trials ahead. And the barons can now vote. And since your baron friend isn't here, we'll just wait out the time and we will see what happens. Whoop. Voting has closed. Are we really hiring Ashmedans to do our fighting for us? I feel dirty. Military is now powerful, trade is now modest. Me too, but we have no choice. This is the price of victory. When the Ashmedian mercenaries arrive in the march, it becomes apparent how different their customs are from the locals. They pray to Kaldovaga, the machine god, in an attempt to remind him that the world exists. They claim their swords are alive and will grow angry if sheathed for too long. They bathe every single day. But they're perfectly capable of enacting hideous violence in exchange for money. And that's all the barons need from them. A portal opens. Your Majesty, my spies are reporting that a portal has opened in the march, on the site of that creepy library. A battalion of strange blue men in glass armor marched out. The barons attacked them, and were massacred for their trouble. Military is now capable, so 7 down to 5, and loyalists gain a victory point. Yes, 1 second, I will just tell you exactly the same thing that you just told me. Indeed, rude. Very rude. That is fantastic news. After killing hundreds of Marcher soldiers, the intruders packed up their tents and marched back through the portal, closing it behind them. Without access to the march, this is a mystery beyond our ability to solve. I suggest we thank our lucky stars and turn our attention back to winning this war. Let's end the season. Let's see. I mean, anonymous voting, because that's much more fun. The loyalists are winning the rebellion, the rebels are crumbling, and yeah. The war has ended. The barons and the counts are united against us. The final battle is nigh. To decide the fate of the kingdom, I'll send word to the patricians that it's time to strike. Your marshal rides out with your orders, leaving you to wait anxiously for the outcome of the battle. The next few days are agony. When she finally returns, she strides into your throne room with a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Well, tell me what happened. We ambushed them in a narrow pass and rained down arrows from both sides. By the time we were done, both their armies were slaughtered and nothing stood between our troops and the rebel lands. So we split the coastal army in two and swept into both the march and the east, looting and pillaging the whole way. As we speak, your majesty, our armies are laying siege to Baron Alstay's fortress. It sounds suspiciously like we've won. All that remains are the formalities of victory, your majesty. Victory! The marshal rides back out to oversee the siege. A few days later you receive word that Baron Alstay's castle has fallen, and just like that the rebellion is over. Soon the coastal army is parading through the city, waving their banners and showing off their loot. Meanwhile, Baron Alstay, the leader of the rebellion, is brought to you in chains. Common folk crowd into the palace to watch the trial. I can't believe you bested me. Go on then, get it over with. Well, I'm sorry, but rebellion is rebellion. Stiff-backed and silent, Baron Alstay is dragged out to the city square and led up onto a platform before the roaring masses. The executioner's axe falls. The head bounces into the crowd and the common folk kick it around and cheer. Baron Alstay has died, Alstay II has joined the council. And just like that, the March and the East are defeated. The kingdom is yours again. As you sit resplendent atop your throne, the common folk raise a mighty cheer. Long live the king, they shout. Long live the king. However, sadly, that means the patricians win. Our corporate overlords. It happens gradually, like a frog slowly boiled. At first, it's paying a few patrician tolls here and there to cross the road to sail down a river, but as their cash reserves grow, so do their acquisitions. The trouble really starts when they ban everyone else from trading on their roads. Soon enough, they practically own everything. Here's a copy of tomorrow's speech, Your Supreme Majesty. Don't forget to read out that part at the end. This speech was proudly sponsored by Coastbreak, the creamiest cereal in the kingdom. But the speech is about tearing down people's homes. I did no such thing. You all did. We can't build our factories in the countryside, can we? Where would we get the workforce? And after you've mentioned the sponsorship, don't forget to add that you can't get enough of that creamy coastal crunch. That's very important. What if I say no? Look who woke up with a spine this morning. If you say no, we'll put a drop of poison in your ear while you're asleep. A quick death will tell our customers you died heroically saving a child from a bear or something. Then we'll replace you with a younger mascot with better hair and whiter teeth. It'd be a net win for our brand anyway. Oh, and one more thing. We're cancelling council meetings from now on. But what about the Constitution? The Constitution's just paper. It's good for hanging next to toilets, and that's about it. The council's completely redundant. All their decisions need approval from the Board of Investors anyway. Might as well let the board make the decisions from now on. Board of Investors, who are they? People who've bought a stake in the kingdom, obviously. Didn't you know? They've been running things for a while now. Don't worry, your job's not under threat. Your palace attracts a lot of tourism, but the council's got to go. Let me guess, the board's mostly patricians, right? You've run council decisions past another group without telling me. I won't let you dissolve the council. Sorry, but the board already voted. Out of my hands. The people won't stand for this. The people are hard at work in factories making Coastbreak and other fantastic products. They're too busy to worry about who's running the kingdom. No, not really. No one is fighting against us. Yes. What's the phrase? Too big to fail? Anyways, I must stop yapping. I've got a board meeting. I'll leave you to practice your speech. Once noble patrician Kyler II has departed, you take a longing look out the window. The capital's skyline has been devoured by smoke from the new factories. With a sigh, you begin practicing your speech. For the rest of King Thirsty's reign, he was a powerless mascot for the patricians' cereal company. He eventually met his end by drowning in a vat of milk during a promotional stunt. The Count's attempt to replace the King's advisors never panned out. One night, Count Cajun awoke to find a smiling spymaster holding a knife to their throat and kindly asking them to desist. The Baron's revolutionary plans for their new model army were quietly shelved, but not forgotten. Those blueprints will surely come in useful someday. The patricians owned everything, corporations ruled, and the kingdom was blanketed in mills, factories, mines. But when the old mascot king died and Queen Eulalia was crowned, the other nobles emerged from the shadows, sniffing a chance to claw back their power. Well. Complete the games will create new saves where you can continue the story of your dynasty. Okay. Your second game will include dynasty events which continue the story of previous events. Your nobles will return to their previous regions and keep their wealth. You can also export your saved games for other players to import and play on the continued list screen. We store these on our server, so there's no need for copy-paste. Well, that was King of the Castle, I guess. It was very fun. Definitely will do it many more times. Could easily do another run already, but I feel like I need a break. And after that, who knows what I will do. So, first of all, I'll take a break and then we'll see what happens. So, be right back, invite your friends, have some fun in the chat, and I'll see you in a few minutes. And I'm back again. I would be happily play another game of this, but that depends on if other people wanted to join in still. I mean, maybe I should see if I can invite more people somehow. Well, stay forever then. I also don't know where to find people, how to find people, but... Or, well, I do. I'm just gonna... write in one Discord and see if... maybe someone will accidentally appear. Oh, welcome, David. I'm just trying to recruit more people to join in. Easier said than done. Well, that's about it. Not much more I can do. Maybe I should customize myself a tiny bit more now that I'm I have played once. Just because I can. Hmm. That's fine. Just the tiniest bit. If I press continue, does that mean people can... join in again? Yes. So it resets the noble status. So feel free to join in, everyone. The more the merrier. If anyone is still here, that is. Who knows? If not, I will just badger people until they do. Because I could imagine that this game is a lot more fun with more than like 3 people. Gonna try some weird little... No, I was just trying to see if there were any, I guess, groups or something where one could find people looking for games to play. We still need at least one more person to start the game. I have asked around if there are people who may want to join in. In the few places that I know that I can do that. So if anyone else has any good ideas of where to find people, I'll happily take them. Still just sharing my link in a few places, and we will see. Oh. That's about it for what I can do. Now it's up to people to join in and have fun. Because I'm not allowed to press begin game until we have 3 people. Sadly. Neither can I, so... What I can do is just sit here and talking and say things. Hello, narrator. Do you want to join in the game? It's a fun little social game. You just have to write !join in the chat. And you will show up. And your preferred pronoun. Or you show up as... Now you show up as they, them. I hope that is okay. Because it defaults to non-binary, I guess. Pronouns if you don't specify. Good. Now I can begin because we're 3 people. This is a crazy little social politics game kind of thing. Oh, I can zoom in. I didn't really... Did I realize that before? Who knows? So, first of all, taking back control. Your Majesty. King Thirsty was the patrician's dancing little puppet. You don't plan on following in his footsteps, do you? I'd rather not drown in milk, thank you. You don't have to, not if you follow my advice. The patricians own the roads, they own the bridges, they're charging my soldiers to march. They have too much power, we need to take back what's ours, what's yours. Laws for voting. Okay. Let's just first of all say, no, we're not buying back everything at an inflated price. So, for anyone new, how this will work is in the chat, write !vote and option A, B, or whatever to cast your vote for one of these options. Change the law to make monopolies illegal. Sounds about right. I mean, obviously, I didn't want to see the... You go through the proper channels and the council ratifies the new law. No more monopolies. Ownership of the kingdom is fragmented across all nobles, with a tiny portion going back to the crown. The coast loses some trade, and stability in the kingdom is now stable. Of course, that means you still no longer own as much land as a queen should. Authority is now dubious. Grand, it's good to see some balance returning to the kingdom. The March has struggling trade. The East trade is now dominant. Some patricians lose wealth. Some barons get increased wealth. And some counts has their wealth increased. And just showing off, we can see the people here. I'll stay as a baron. Narrator, you're a count. And Kyler is a patrician. And people can join in at any point in time. So if there's any lurkers in chat that want to join in, feel free to do so. I mean, true, you did have a demon portal library. My coronation. Your Majesty, you may have won the throne from King Thirsty, but you must still answer to the council. As is tradition, they will decide what happens at your coronation. Should I get changed into my waterproof robes then? It may be for the best, Your Majesty. Shall we call the nobles in? So, I will just let you vote for, well, A, C, or D. B is sadly impossible because we do not have enough money in the treasury. Voting has closed. And we're throwing the queen into the river. It is decided the queen will be thrown in the river. What kind of coronation is that? A very traditional ceremony dating back to Queen Alma the Wise. It's meant to represent you being reborn as a true queen. The nobles pick you up and carry you out to the Treadwater River, hurling you into the shallow water with a sheer. When you climb back up the bank, soaking wet, the Chancellor steps forward and places the crown upon your head. Is it your imagination, or are some of the nobles' stifling giggles? The path to victory. Your Majesty, the history books do not look kindly upon usurpers, unless, of course, they prove themselves worthy of the throne they have stolen. When you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? As the greatest queen who ever lived. I see, you're the type who likes to build lots of statues of yourself, aren't you? I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving your authority as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. And I will once again just say, people in the chat who's lurking around, if you haven't joined in and want to join, feel free to write ! join in the chat. Delvira of the Narrator and Nibbles dynasty, well-known Eastern chess master, leans delicately on a podium, whispering carefully. My fellow counts, in ancient times, the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory. but not while the false queen Eulalia wears the crown. So for the counts, so you, narrator, you get to pick what your goal should be, or what the count's goals should be. What do you want to do for the game? Subterfuge, lower stability. The counts plan to replace the queen's advisors with their own agents. First, they must prove they're doing a bad job. To advance their scheme, the counts must lower stability to 4 or less in 3 seasons. So 3 turns to lower the stability to 4. And the patricians. Justin of the Kyler family, infamous coastal rapscallion, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. How very cunning of us. Eulalia now sits the throne and the patricians are in charge. But other regions will already be scheming to depose her. Do we stay loyal to the new queen or cut our losses and put me on the throne instead? Patricians, vote for your goal. Indeed, Queen Eulalia is a patrician after all, and everyone knows never to trust a patrician. She's probably planning to betray us already. The patricians plan to swap the real queen for a perfect doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of the spy master. To advance their scheme, the patricians must keep defiance at 4 or less in 4 seasons. Luca, of the Ulstay bloodline, powerful marcher equestrian, stands before a blazing hearth, yelling at full volume. When have the barons of the march backed down from a fight? Never! I know you'll do whatever it takes to put me, your rightful monarch, on the throne. Barons, vote for your goal, please. Lovely. The barons plan to hold the queen hostage in her own palace. First, they must lull the spy master into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the barons must raise stability to 5 or more in 4 seasons. And I'm gonna adopt the monarch's iron choice. And yes, once again, before we start all the events, lurkers, if you want to join, write exclamation mark join and your preferred pronoun in the chat. And you will be in as one of the nobles who get to vote on random things happening in the kingdom. And feel free to invite any and all of your friends, because the more the merrier. One day you're walking through the palace gardens when you're confronted by an unusual sight. One of your palace watch is standing guard, but instead of a pike, he's holding a mop. Fearlessly defending me from dust, are you? Last week, a grubby little urchin kicked me in the shins and stole me proper pike. I grabbed the first replacement I could find. Get a new pike right now. I tried, but the quartermaster was too drunk. Oh, for... This kingdom is in shambles. Like, completely. I can only apologize, Your Majesty. The Palace Watch have been more incompetent than usual recently. It's obvious you need a proper honor guard to protect you. But first, how can we improve the watch? We can spend a fortune on fancy new equipment, invite coastal soldiers to provide training, enforce harsher discipline, and there's no need to do anything. Harsher discipline. Please, all of my little vassals, feel free to vote away, preferably for C. Pretty, please. I mean, that should work for everyone, even for the patricians and the barons, because, well, thank you. A punishing exercise regime works wonders on your watch's abs. Though you're not so sure about their morale. Authority is now dubious, authority is now credible, and stability is now civil. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe, not like these kittens. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and the region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. Of course you'll be taking the gladiators, Your Majesty. None of the other options are half as muscly. I mean, will I stay with my loyalties of the patricians? Or do I go for the veterans of the march? Or should I go with the Eastern Knights, maybe? I mean, the Order of the Drowned Rose are highly respectable. However, they haven't fought in ages. They mostly write poems. The coastal gladiators, they have turned themselves into celebrities through chopping other people to bits. Vain and selfish. But can we trust them? And the veterans are, well, uncouth, but very well disciplined and highly respected soldiers. I await your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. Defiance would go up for the coast. If I pick something different. Whomever I don't pick will hate me. So, why should I pick anyone? Who should I pick? Give me good reasons why I should pick you over someone else. I mean, fair. But at the same time, if I get your defiance up a bit, you can't do your... Okay, you both have screens, so I'm picking the Eastern Knights. What? That's below your Serene Highness. How could you choose them? The knights arrive a few weeks later. They're all extremely pale and extremely polite. The commander introduces herself with a florid bow. Bow. The words. Before reading out a poem she's written for the occasion. Yes, I have your vampires, narrator. The printing press. Your Majesty, a blacksmith in the East has come up with some sort of printing contraption. Instead of relying on the painstaking effort of scribes, it produces 100 copies of a text an hour. How remarkable! Yes, Your Highness, isn't technology wonderful? Don't you see how dangerous this is? Books should stay in churches and universities, or else commoners will start getting ideas. No, I'm actually not vetoing or doing anything. You are up on your own. Vote, vote, vote away. And my little patrician. You're going to regret this one day, my liege. Ignorance is the only thing keeping the common folk in line. Nonsense, you're just jealous. In the end, both are right. The March develops a thriving publishing industry, but as more and more books are printed, radical ideas start to spread. Ideas like maybe peasants deserve rights, and should we even have a queen at all? An invitation. Without a word, Comte Narrator Nibbles hands you a blood-red envelope. It is sealed with white wax in the shape of a skull. Inside is a beautifully written invitation to an event called the Crimson Vigil, due to take place on an autumn night later in the year. I suppose I shall attend this event, whatever it is. I will see you next at the vigil, Your Majesty. And now we are into an auction. Once again, you use exclamation mark fund, and then, well, the building you want, and yes, and the amount. We are starting now. The buildings do different things, of course, and you all want different things. And you can see your money on the side how much you have. And then I just have to wait for the auction to end. And as I've said many times now, but if there are any lurkers still in chat wanting to join in, !join and your preferred pronoun. Specifically he, she, they. We built a prison and a grand bazaar. Lovely. For the people who wanted that, but... Finding a spouse. Your Majesty, it's important you find a spouse sooner rather than later. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? Let's say whatever. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. It's an easy enough decision. You'll marry into the patricians as we agreed before you took the throne, right? Right? Let's see what this Crimson Vigil is. The Crimson Vigil takes place in a bleak castle atop an eastern hill. Your journey takes weeks, and your baggage train keeps getting stuck in bogs. Guests at the Crimson Vigil compete on who can dress in the most ghoulish and frightening costume. What did you dress as? Of course I have to go for a dragon with gem-studded wings and a golden tail. The wings get stuck in castle doorways and you keep tripping over the tail, but the counts are in awe at such a display of ostentatious wealth. As you're assessing your appearance, Count Narrator Nibbles sweeps in, dressed as a living corpse. Welcome, welcome. Your costume is extraordinary. Your Highness, truly it puts the rest of us to shame. Please remember to stay in the upper levels. The dungeons are out of bounds. In the ballroom, you find the counts gathered, all dressed up as frightful monsters. Wolfmen, pumpkin heads, witches. A waiter glides past, holding a tray of RG's, sandwiches for anyone who missed the first round. A pianist plays a mournful tune. The Crimson Vigil begins at midnight. What role will you take? A mourner? Or are you willing to portray a hound of the betrayer? Can you tell me more about these roles? Surely you're familiar with our customs, Your Majesty? If you're unsure, you should stick to being a mourner. Any more prestigious role? Mm-hmm. The most prestigious role is the Queen in Exile, but that is usually reserved only for counts who have been attending the vigils for many years. Yes, okay, then we're a hound of the betrayer. The counts gather after Count Narrator Nibbles delivers a short speech about remembering the old ways. A flaming crown is placed upon their head. I will be playing the Queen in Exile this evening. The hounds of the betrayer will try to catch me, but fear not, I am swift as a falling star and old as the hills. chase after the Queen in exile. Narrator Nibbles runs down the corridor, flames licking behind them, and you give chase. A dozen other hounds of the betrayer run alongside you, howling and yipping enthusiastically. Somehow, despite the silly costume and massive flaming hat, Narrator Nibbles is quick on their feet. Catching them won't be easy. Well, I'll just chase after them. Despite your stupid wings getting stuck in doorways, you grab hold of Narrator Nibbles and drag them back to the circle of mourners. The ceremony concludes with a mock execution and a bottle of very expensive red wine spilled over Narrator Nibbles' head. After that, the music is more cheerful. The counts dance and chat long into the night. At dawn, you board your carriage and begin the long journey back to the capital. Hey, I played along with your game. Okay? And 1 second, I just need to have a little drink. Before my throat gives up. Your Majesty, the situation in the march is dire. Our once proud army lies in ruins, and now the Ashmedian border lies undefended. I'm sure I don't need to remind your Majesty of the danger those bastards pose. We must bolster our dwindling forces in the march. Who knows what will happen to our people without protection? Treasury too low. Conduct an extensive martial recruitment campaign. Yeah, let's start the vote. You go for whatever you want to, the monarch does not care. Surely the peasants just need encouragement. Posters featuring your likeness pointing at the reader with text saying, Queen Eulalia needs you, are soon plastered throughout the march. Unfortunately, a few posters aren't enough to get the peasants to sign up to die for you, let alone for the barons. Unchallenged, bandits and petty outlaws become more and more of a problem in the march. Yeah, this is going quite terribly. Yeah, I could be if you stop being, like, ruining everything I try to do. Well then. The patricians definitely need more taxation. And the barons needs less, but that's costing too much money. What? You need more defiance. You have a goal of keeping defiance low. I need to get stability up as well. Like, stability will be crap no matter what I do. Because we have two people, like, fighting over the stability. So no matter what I do, someone will proceed with their goals. So the only thing I can do is technically try to stop you, the patrician. I have found 3 potential matches for you, 1 eligible young candidate from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. And a partner for life, to have and to hold, don't forget. Indeed, your majesty. The Chancellor leads you to the Great Hall where they've arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright then, let's see the eligible candidates. They whisk away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Sylvia, the eldest daughter of the Eastern narrator Nibbles dynasty. In her youth, she ran off and tried to join a circus. They found her in the end, thank the ninth. Spends most of her time with a fencing master, mastering the blade. She did have to suppress a peasant revolt on her land recently. I wonder why. Intriguing candidate. From the coast, we have Leon, the wealthy heir to noble patrician Kyler II's estate. He's got a reputation for honesty and fair-mindedness. That's rare along the coast. His interests are typical of the coast. Money, 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 and making more of it. The common folk call him a skinflint, though, and worse things. Could be worse, but could be a lot better. And finally, we had the March's offering. Gloria, scion of the prestigious Ulstay bloodline. And you can be sure they'll tell you all about how prestigious their bloodline is. They're a zealous follower of the ninth god, able to quote scripture backwards and forwards. And at volume. They've got a reputation for not giving a damn what anyone thinks of them. Sounds like a laugh. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I have made my decision. And at this point in time, I sadly have to go with the Marchers, with the Barons, to lower their defiance. And my decision is final, because I am the Queen. A fishy wedding. Your Majesty, the Archduke of Sal has invited you to his forthcoming wedding. Your attendance would help shore up relations between our 2 great nations. By the ninth, great nation, the Isle of Sal is nothing more than a nest of pirates and cutthroats. And I heard it isn't a proper marriage anyway. The Archduke is marrying a fish! The groom is a finfolk, one of the denizens of the sea. Perfectly sapient and actually amphibious. Well, the church doesn't agree with a man marrying a fish. We mustn't legitimize this first by allowing the Queen to attend. A or C, go ahead. Ah, you racist bastards. What? Condemn the wedding, okay? Your Majesty, I must protest in the strongest terms. Quite apart from being simply rude, this will inflame tensions between... Quiet you, the council has spoken. You send an angry letter to the Archduke of Sal, decrying the marriage as blasphemous and icky. The patricians are happy with your firm stance and the church sings your praises. Yes, I know. I know. Undercutting. I wanted to speak to you today about a delicate matter. Your most august majesty, it concerns the first trade. Yes, I'm very familiar with it. Then you will understand our position. You see, if there's one thing the barons know how to do, it's hunt. We all know they take far too much pleasure in it. But it's not just for pleasure, of course. Commercial hunting is important to their economy. Now the counts are actually the biggest buyers of marcher furs. Very useful for those cold, bleak winter nights in the east. They line their coats with the stuff like it's going out of fashion. Traditionally, we patricians have facilitated this trade, making sure that a fair deal was reached on both sides, yet now the counts buy from the barons directly. They're cutting us out of the deal. You can't let them get away with it. Sounds like clever business to me. Your Serene Highness, please just call a council vote, will you? Actually, I don't think I will. Exactly. And hey, I need to get the defiance up for them anyway, so end season. Far in the east, narrator Nibbles is hosting a dinner party in their castle with a few distinguished guests. The kingdom's in great jeopardy, and the council is calling for the Queen's inner circle to resign. We need to increase the pressure. If the Queen's in a weak enough position, she's got no choice but to bow to our demands. No more interfering spymaster, no more marshal or chancellor or treasurer. A whole new inner circle, all made up of counts. For the next stage of their scheme, the counts must lower authority to 4 or less in 3 seasons. Yeah, let's get rid of the monarch's vote and do anonymous voting for once. The royal wedding. Your wedding to Gloria is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're studying in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Gloria at your side. Do you take this person as your lawfully wedded spouse? Yes, indeed, I do. Then I pronounce you queen and spouse. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. At a feast, your new spouse Gloria delivers a long, rambling speech that puts everyone to sleep. Ah, lovely. By the time you find yourself alone with Gloria, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. What a wonderful occasion that was. Ah, this is the royal bedroom, is it? I thought it would be bigger. My bedchamber back home is much better appointed than this. Let's focus on the positives, shall we? Oh, don't worry, I always make the best of things. It can be tough being as gracious as I am. Oh, don't worry, I always make... right. What are your thoughts on the state of the kingdom? Up at the altar, what did you think when you saw me? Tell me something you're passionate about. I'm just a humble follower of the ninth god's teachings, and everywhere I look I'm surrounded by sinners and heathens. I can't wait to laugh at them from the thereafter. That's so interesting. It is, isn't it? Anyway, to continue on the subject, you gently fall asleep to the sound of Gloria droning on about themselves. Lovely. Let's start with the Salish privateers. Your Serene Highness, it's terrible. Pirates have been going after all our merchant vessels. I'm nearly bankrupt. Yes, I would love to marry a cure for insomnia. And Kyler is now broke. These are typical Salish tactics, Your Majesty. The Archduke was infuriated by your response to his wedding, and he's getting revenge the only way he knows how. Piracy. Unfortunately, that's only speculation. We have no concrete evidence that these are Salish ships. And also, before we start the vote, I'm once again inviting people to join in if they want to. If there's anyone lurking around, you can type !join and your preferred pronoun to join in. Okay, what should we do? I'm going to veto the one thing I don't want. Not threatening war. Feel free to vote away B, C, or D. Yes, I ruined things for the counts. And it's a tie. Oh god, now I have to pick. Let's send the Royal Navy to patrol the Ghost Sea and protect shipping routes. I mean, if I'm lucky, which I never am, it should succeed. No. Your ships are too slow to catch the swift Salish pirates who run rings around them. The tax on merchants grow worse and worse. By the 9th, I'll never financially recover. You hear much later that the Archduke's wedding to a Finnfolk is called off amidst some controversy over whale hunting. Because, of course, more pirates. You must do something about the pirates that have been plaguing the coast's ocean trade route. I lost a whole shipment of fine silks. And they killed the crew, of course, who won't be cheap to replace. Go vote. A or C? That's... I wanted C. You rude people. Fine. Over the next few months, the patrician navy systematically hunts down every lost pirate ship in the Ghost Sea. Soon enough, the ocean is safe once again. Up and down the coast, dead pirates can be found swinging gently from the trees. Before I end the season, I'm gonna take a quick little break. I will be back in a few minutes. So in the meantime, feel free to enjoy the Be Right Back screen, and hopefully the music is still working and nothing broke. Boop, we are back. To end the season. And again, to any and all lurkers in chat, if you want to join in, you can join in by writing !join. Anchored a few miles from the sunny coast, noble patrician Kyler has invited their closest confidants aboard their yacht. You said you had a surprise for me? Indeed, and here it is. Behold! Your Majesty? What are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry, I hope you didn't overhear any... Quit babbling, you blowhard. This isn't the Queen, it's a peasant who's the Queen's spitting image. Remarkable, and just in time. The spymaster trusts us so much that she's not noticed that we're refitting civilian vessels into battleships. That means we can move to the next phase, kidnapping the Queen and putting this fool in her place. How do we manage that? We need the kingdom to be in utter chaos, bad enough that the Queen's abduction can slip past unnoticed. For the next stage of their scheme, the patricians must lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Deep in the forests of the March, Baron Alstay II has gone boar hunting with a few of his close friends. Bad news, friend. The spymaster's still watching us like a mother bear watching her cubs. Give me a crossbow and I'll shoot the damn bear. Stick its head up on my wall. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to pretend to be harmless until the time comes to strike. The Baron's aim is to raise stability to 5 or more. And see... A clairvoyant visit. My liege, Baroness Evemy has been having prophetic dreams. It is true, I can part the veil betwixt now and some ways off. Give me a prophecy, then. I look to the future, and it speaks through me, no more, no less. For example, I dreamt of Comte Narrator Nibbles being beheaded. And a plague of bees will bring doom upon noble patrician Kyler's II's household. What depths below? I can't live without honey on my toast. Please, your highness, have her foretell the future for the council. We could gain insight into great mysteries. Vote away. Of course we need to go with A, right? Right? I mean, we need the visions, right? Visions. All the visions. Give me visions. Thank you. Baroness Evemy spreads a dark velvet cloth onto the floor, sits cross-legged and closes her eyes. After a moment's silence, she gasps. Hurrah, your highness! Something wonderful beyond the veil. Let me gather myself so I may understand what lies ahead. Fortune and prosperity, your highness. I see gold rising like a tide. Treat good fortune with wisdom, your majesty, for luck can disappear like a forest in flames. Beaming, Baron Alstay II whisks her out. You think you spot a couple of coins changing hands, but you can't be sure. Sure enough, The Chancellor soon reports a new tax treaty with Ashmead that puts the kingdom at a great advantage. Evemy must have known what she was talking about. The good word. Hail, Eulalia. I've had an idea. As I'm sure you know, my fellow barons have been shirking their religious duties a bit recently. Faith in the ninth god could certainly be higher in the march right now. The problem is the feeling of disconnection from the church here in the capital. But I think if the message came from one of their own, it might make a difference. You want to become a preacher? Not a preacher exactly, just an ambassador, I suppose. To show them what it means to be a faithful adherent to the ninth god. Will you give me your blessing? Go forth and bring the good word to them, my love. Fantastic, I'll make the preparations immediately. Word spreads fast that the royal consort will tour the march. Thousands flock to the towns and villages where they plan to stop. Once they arrive, Gloria gives a series of impassioned speeches to the locals, pleading with them to abandon their heathen ways. It strikes a chord. The Archbishop happily announces that church attendance is rising all across the region. Your Highness, I'm as devout as anyone, but it's beyond ridiculous that for one day of every week, all the shops shut and no work gets done. I know, it's the ninth god's holy day, the day he rested after slaughtering the other gods like cattle. But must it interrupt trade? I'm leaving profit on the table. And need I remind you that the March is the economic powerhouse keeping the kingdom afloat? We should receive special dispensation. The High Inquisitor won't like this. What won't I like? Yeah! I assure you, High Inquisitor, I have nothing but the utmost devotion to the ninth. But I need to think about my profits. Vote away. Now that it is only for the March people, I guess you other people will vote for me, right? Right? Because it doesn't help you. No? Okay, rude. Why, Kyler? Why? Thanks to its immense trade value, the Mart receives a special dispensation for its merchants to operate during holidays. Profits increase as a result, but congregations quickly shrink. The Archbishop tries to encourage better attendance, but the marketplace is more tempting than a dreary sermon. And that's another season over. Time for an auction. And as you know, fund which building and the amount. Well, everyone but Kyler, because Kyler can't even pay, so. I mean, maybe you can if you put 0. I don't know. I've never played the game. No, because someone else outbid you, so we'll never know. A petitioner from afar. Your Majesty, there's a petitioner here to see you today. We're not exactly sure where she's from. I assume you have a good reason for letting her in? You'll see soon enough, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Oraid. I have a proposition for you. Who are you exactly? I am but a humble ship's captain, once of great renown, but that was a different time. Tell me more about this proposition. 3 ships are docked in a harbour to the west. Their holds are packed to the gills with muskets and gunpowder, and they each boast a full battery of cannons. They're all yours in return for a small favour. Muskets? The small, furry animals? Muskets are powerful weapons, Your Majesty. The secrets of their manufacture are known only in the Republic of Curve. And what is this favour? I only wish to stay in this kingdom with your blessing and protection. Yes, throw muskrats on the enemy, that would be lovely. I can show your soldiers how to use the weapons, of course, to avoid any accident. Alright, what did you do? I don't know what you mean, Your Majesty. I simply wish to keep my dealings private. You will forgive me, I hope. Let's do anonymous voting on this because, hey, vote away. I will not know anything. And you won't know either. I think. Well, I'm not looking at chat. Until you have all voted. You all voted for the same thing, so that went well. You send word to the coast where the foreign ships are impounded and the weapons seized. Oraid goes quietly as you show her to a cell, though the contempt on her face is clear as day. The confiscated muskets are distributed to your soldiers. Without training, however, there are more than a few exploded wagons and missing limbs. Good work. The uninvited guest. Council has ended early for today and you're off to visit your spouse Gloria for a catch-up. But as you put your hand on the door handle to your chambers, you hear giggling coming from inside. Eulalia? The Queen? I mean, Your Majesty? What was all that giggling about? What's so funny? That's when you recognize the second person in the room, Matilda, a Countess of the East. She's renowned for being a heartbreaker, and you've crossed paths many times around the palace. I can see you two have a few things to talk about. She slips out of the room, leaving you and Gloria to stare each other down. You could have at least waited a few years. It's not my fault that Matilda's into me. Everyone is, after all. She's pretty great, though. She's completely devoted to the ninth god, like me. We've had so many incredible theological discussions. It's how we met, too, during one of the Archbishop's services. I don't care who or what wants to sleep with you. You're my spouse, so act like it. No, fine, go ahead, just not in my bedroom, please. I mean, it's royalty. They all have mistresses and lovers and whatever. Nasty business that no one likes to go behind their wife's back. Gloria is still talking absent-mindedly on their way out of the room and down the corridor, while you're left alone with your thoughts. Exactly. I mean, you do you, but like, in my bedroom, really? Like, at least do it somewhere else? About your heir, your marriage to Gloria has leaped from strength to strength over the past few months. Truly, you've found your soulmate, and every day you count your blessings. Soulmate, she has a lover already, but okay. It's high time you thought about an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. But something's still missing. You need an heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. My spouse and I will have a child together. Ah, the traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can get down to business. And that's another season over. An insidious plot. In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Cunt narrator Nibbles, Boom Shika Wow Wow, has gathered their fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. The council demanded a shake-up, but the queen resists all calls to replace her advisors. There's little we can do while the queen holds out, but something tells me her position is not as strong as she thinks. The count's aim is to lower authority to 4 or less. Somewhere along the coast, noble patrician Kyler II strolls in their olive grove, accompanied by a close friend. The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend us to do? Swoop in and kidnap the queen in full view of the honor guard and the palace watch? No, of course not. We need to use the chaos to our advantage. We have 2 options. And patricians, vote for your goal. How rude. If the coast is gripped with famine, we can convince the queen to come and visit us, kiss babies, hand out RGs, that sort of thing. That's when we strike. One queen rides to the coast and another queen rides home. Your genius knows no bounds, but what about our own citizens? Won't they starve? You know what they say, can't make an omelette without starving a few peasants. For the final stage of their scheme, the patricians must lower their farming to 1 or less. Well, since the defiance is so low all across the board, I'm gonna just raise the taxes on all of you. Because you all have been rude. In one way or another. Let's start with the heretical discovery. Your esteemed highness, I bring troubling news. Someone took the ninth's name in vain again. Not quite, your highness. A group of individuals in the march are meeting in secret to preach heretical teachings and engage in rituals. They are worshippers of the deposed gods. They believe that the 8th will one day return to cast down the 9th god and all his followers. In other words, they are devil worshippers. Regrettably, I require the council's permission to launch a proper investigation. Otherwise, my inquisitors would have destroyed the cult before it had the chance to spread. Forget the nobles, I give you my express permission. I'm not allowed to press that one for some reason. How rude. Fine, I'll hold a vote on the matter. Votes for C, please. Everyone wants C. CCT. Anyone? No one? Only the barons left. Vote for C. How rude. How incredibly rude. See? With nothing to rein them in, the devil worshippers thrive in the faithless region of the March, spreading their influence and gaining followers by the week. Troll in the dungeons! Your Majesty, the Palace Watch are reporting that there's a troll downstairs in the dungeon. Everybody run for your lives! Don't worry, Your Highness, there's no need to panic. I'll deal with the monster before it hurts anyone. Let me talk with it instead. Your Majesty, I'm not sure that's wise. You stride past her and descend into the dungeons. 2 watch officers stand guard over a troll who's snoring in the middle of an empty cell. It seems to have torn a hole in a dungeon wall. I say, wake up! You gesture and shout, but the troll barely moves. How did it even get in here? Through the catacombs would be my guess. These dungeons all back onto various tunnels and crypts. It must have made this hole on its way in. What are the catacombs? A maze of tunnels and crypts that crisscross the whole city. Impossible to navigate. Most who go looking for a tomb never go back these days. Officers, poke it until it wakes up. Generally, the officers poke the troll with their long pole axes. After a few rumbling grunts, one eye opens. What? Nice to meet you. Yes, you too? Who are you? I'm Queen Eulalia. What? The Queen Eulalia? Spirits, I must have not been myself last night. How did you get in here? I'm exiled from my people, and it's been pretty cold this winter, so I wandered into the catacombs and went in search of somewhere warm. Didn't know I'd end up here. Wherever here is. These are the dungeons of the royal palace. You mean to say that that wall I broke belonged to you? Sorry. Perhaps you could stay here with us? Really? Why? Trolls like mushrooms, right? There's plenty of them down here. I'm sure I could pay you to make use of your skills. It's nice and warm in here. It's nice and warm in here. That's true, but I want to make myself useful. Do you like books? I do need a new librarian. I love books. It's a deal. Very well, I accept your offer. I'm Nettie, by the way. Pleased to meet you, Nettie. And you. I suppose I should probably help you rebuild that wall I broke. Over the next few hours, Nettie helps patch up the hole while you head to bed for some much-needed shut-eye. A fair few of your advisors thinks you're joking when you tell them you've hired a troll to be your new librarian, your spouse included. Well, things just happen, okay? Oops, I guess. The bounty hunters. Your Majesty, these good folk are bounty hunters, representing the Republic of Curve, they say. Queen Eulalia, we greet you humbly. How may I help you? We're searching for someone, a fugitive, you might say. Last we heard, she went by the name Oraid. What kind of fugitive is she? The ships under her command are property of the Republic of Curve, as is their cargo. I don't know anyone by that name. Damn it. Forgive us, Your Majesty, but we're not fools. We know your military is using the weapons she stole. She's in my dungeons. That's excellent news. We ask permission to purchase her from you so she may stand trial and face justice back in Curve. Oh, and the weapon she stole, they still belong to the Republic, you understand. We kindly ask you to return them. Yeah, fine, just vote for whatever you want. I wanted my veto so that I could veto the B option. You vote however you want to, I guess. The bounty hunters grumble, but there's little they can do. In the end, they agree to leave with only Oraid in exchange for a smaller payment. All in all, you've come out of it with a tidy profit and a few messy weapons. End season. And let's see. Yeah, anonymous voting is kind of stupid, so swing votes instead. An invasion of privacy. You're reading a nice book while the rain hammers your bedroom windows. When you're interrupted by a startling noise. It's coming from the next room over and... Oh? Ever since your spouse Gloria and Countess Matilda started seeing each other more often, they've been enjoying themselves a little too much. Don't make me come in. If they heard you, they make no indication of it. You bury your nose in your book. But it's too much to ignore. If you can hear them, surely someone else will. Striding into the spare room, you throw the door open in a huff. Blood and stars, your highness, you scared me. Great God, Eulalia, what are you doing in here? For the love of the ninth god, be quiet or I'm having you both thrown out. Damn it. Failed. Gloria and Matilda both apologize profusely and promise to be more careful in the future. Yet only a few days later, they're at it again, louder than ever. That night, your spymaster informs you of rumors spreading amongst the palace servants. Yes, we should just get the carpenters to install some soundproofing. You might want to do something about this before it gets out of control. Collect incriminating evidence that I can present to the council, please. Regrettable that it came to this, but if they can't learn to at least be civil about their debauchery, then it won't end well for them or you. A border skirmish? Your Majesty, our forces along the border are prophetically weak, and an insult to the march. The Ashmedian Empire has noticed and is testing us. There was a major skirmish last week. We lost and Ashmead took 60 of our soldiers as hostages. We need to hit back with full force, teach them a lesson. With respect, Baron Alstay, you don't have the strength to take on Ashmead right now, and if we don't ransom back your captured soldiers, your military will be weakened even further. And this is all the problems because someone decided to cause a civil war last time. Boop. Well, then vote for B. 50-50. I'm not paying. You should have paid yourself. You send Ashmedians a defiant letter detailing how the hostages don't matter to you, that you have too many troops, in fact, and that they'd better watch out, and so on. Failed. Defiance lowered for some reason, but they ignore it completely, continuing to make regular attacks along your border. Send in the troops! You send the Legion of the March's best soldiers over to besiege the border fort where Ashmead keeps its prisoners of war. Yes, I'm a cheapskate. Unfortunately, the fort does what it's supposed to. It holds out for weeks, giving Ashmedian reinforcements plenty of time to arrive and smash your invasion to pieces. This is funny. Your troops retreat in disarray. Ashmedian soldiers begin massing at the border, preparing to capitalize on the March's weakness. War looks inevitable. By the 9th, what was the council thinking? We're woefully unprepared for a war. Hey, I'm doing things because it's funny. Not what's good, okay? A rogue golem has crossed into our territory over the Ashmedian border, Your Highness. This could be an exciting opportunity. What's so exciting? Please, my liege, this is our chance to figure out how this golem magic works. We could even turn it against Ashmead. Your Majesty, the barons would drown their own grandmothers to gain an advantage over Ashmead. Or over the counts and patricians. Golems are an offense to the 9th god, and they're dangerous. We should destroy it before it gets out of control. Vote away. Excuse me, you ruined your own army by, civil war. Then it has not been like rebuilt at all. I would say vote for C. But that's just me. That sounds more useful to figure out how it works, you know. So that we all could have golems. So I'm giving you a chance to change your vote. With the swing vote thing. Like, are you sure, Kyler, that you don't want to just pick it apart? But fine, okay. We're attempting to add it to the Marcher army. And again, I'm just reminding lurkers that if there's anyone lurking around who wants to join in, feel free to write !join in the chat. We know from first-hand experience how well these golems fight. It'll be a wonderful addition to our troops. The golem lives up to its reputation. On its first test run, blades pop out of its wrist and slice a training dummy in half. as well as the wall behind it. Military is now pathetic, faith is now impious. End season. The council demands that the queen's advisors resign, and the queen is too weak to resist. Our replacements are waiting in the wings. Once our advisors surround the queen, we will have complete control of what she hears. We will shape her reality. We'll treat the queen like a mushroom, keep her in the dark and feed her. Now, let's not be vulgar. The question is, what will we do with this control? So, for the count, vote for your preferred goal. Once we've taken over the Queen's inner circle, we'll convince her to abdicate. For the good of the kingdom, of course. Of course, and appoint me in her place, I assume. Indeed. Won't the other regents be furious? Not if they despise the current queen. They'll welcome a new monarch with open arms, even if it's an Easterner. For the final stage of their scheme, the counts must raise other regions' defiance to a combined total of at least 10, or ensure another region begins a rebellion. Your quest for an heir is finally complete. You stand before the council, holding a small child in your arms. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down too? The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My son? The assembled nobles break out into polite applause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Your Grace, may I be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your son. What is his name? Eulalia II. How exquisite, Your Highness. I'm sure little Eulalia II will grow up to be a chip of the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. Charges of infidelity. Your spy master has been hard at work collecting evidence of your spouse's infidelity, which you're now ready to present to the council. These are serious accusations, royal consort. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Gloria stares directly at you, a look of utter contempt on their face. I mean, yes. Only that you will regret humiliating me like this, all of you. We shall see about that, I suppose. Exactly. Vote C again. You were a bit too early, narrator. You can't? Ah. But no, vote C. Why? Why are you rude? I wanted an execution. As the final votes come in, Gloria gives you a long, sneering look before shaking her head. You've absolutely lost their trust. You anticipate a lot more of Countess Matilda in the near future, even if simply to spite you. No, I will get rid of Countess Matilda myself if I have to. You summon your spy master for a meeting on the matter. This isn't over yet. Gunpowder incidents. Your Highness, a few of my fellow counts have fallen ill after using the new gunpowder weapons. Some sort of allergy. Though the cause is unknown, they're blaming you, saying you poisoned them. Exactly. Keep the noise down, be discreet, or you get your head chopped off. Like, just your classic rules when it comes to having a royal lover. Others are simply claiming they are inelegant weapons from an uncivilized time not worthy of account. Many are selling them on the black market, if you care to know. B, please. That's what I would vote for, of course. If I could vote. We don't want the counts to sell weapons on the open market. That sounds stupid. Like... And once again, this game would be oh so much better if we had like 50 more people. Because it would be complete chaos. The counts are angered by your brazenness and are likewise emboldened in their belief that you poisoned them on purpose. Still, the patricians are more than happy to take the muskets off their hands. Because I'm the queen, and I'm allowed to do whatever the fudge I want. Our plans are going better than expected. The spy master thinks that all is well in the kingdom, and while the cat's away, the mice shall play. Cats aren't best for getting rid of mice. You're better off with a terrier. I think you missed the point of my analogy. Never mind. Our next step is to replace the palace watch with our own agents. Should be easy enough. If the queen can't pay them, the watch will look for money elsewhere. For the next stage of the scheme, the barons must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. I think it's better off for the barons to just, work with me. And we have another auction. And again, if there are any lurkers around, feel free to join in with exclamation mark join, followed by your preferred pronoun. No. 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 Narrator, fund something else at like 101. Thank you. We don't want farming to go down. We don't want the patricians to win again. My ambitions. At the start of your reign, you said you wanted to be the greatest queen who ever lived. But so far you've not convinced anyone. Your authority is still lackluster, Your Majesty. Your current ambition isn't working out for you. If you want to stop the nobles from overthrowing you, you need to pivot. Change your image. My advice would be to infiltrate each region with loyal spies, defeat their schemes with schemes of our own. But your other advisors have other ideas. The common folk are a sleeping giant that even the nobles are afraid to wake. If you become beloved by the peasants, the nobles won't dare overthrow you for fear of revolution. Here's another idea. Declare war on the Ashmedian Empire. The nobles will forget their schemes if you win. Don't listen to the rest of these fools. Have you heard of the Scepter of Sages? It's a lost artifact forged by Queen Alma the Wise. There's a legend that any queen who recovers it will rule over a golden age. A wise decision, Your Majesty. I'll begin sending out adventurers to track down the scepter's location. But adventurers aren't cheap. Your priority is to raise the kingdom's overall faith and trade as much as you can. And of course, there can't be open rebellion among the nobles. Taking your revenge. You wish to see me, Your Majesty? Something to do with this Countess Matilda? How did you know? Call it a spy master's intuition. Regardless, how may I help? Matilda is very pious. What if we could frame her as a heretic? Indeed, a heretical book would raise all the right eyebrows. I shall make the preparations right away. One anonymous tip later, Countess Matilda is brought before a court. She gets off lightly enough, but her reputation is ruined. Soon she is forced to leave the capital and return home. Your involvement goes entirely unnoticed. It might take some time for Gloria to come around to you again, but at least that snake Matilda is out of the picture. And war with Ashmead. Bad news, Your Highness. I've just received a message from the Ashmedian ambassador. Accompanied by a severed raven's head, the Empire has declared war on us. How capable is their military? The Ashmedian Empire's golden age is long behind it. They're still bigger than us, with more soldiers and a long history of conquest. But they lack discipline and are plagued by infighting. In our current state, however, the kingdom's armies are no match for them. Lovely. We should put up a fight for appearance's sake, then sue for peace as soon as we can. News of the war inspires a wave of patriotic fervor across the kingdom. Old knights come out of retirement and naive youths stampede to join the army. Hopefully it'll prove enough. Rest assured, Your Majesty, you'll have our full support in this war. What's our opening gambit? Vote away. And once again, if there's any lurkers in chat who wants to join in, exclamation mark, join in chat. Just giving it a second if there was anyone who wanted to join in at the last second. But that doesn't seem to be the case, so let's continue. I'll oversee building up our fortifications. The Empire is mobilizing only a fraction of its strength. If we bloody their nose, they might decide we're more trouble than we're worth. Let's end the season. Hmm. Something like that should be fine. But no. Ambition, the scepter of sages. Your Majesty, I have the most exciting news. Our hired adventurers have discovered an ancient manuscript hidden deep beneath the mountains. It speaks of the Scepter of Sages, and it was written by Queen Alma herself. Worried about what would happen to the kingdom after she died, she hid the Scepter of Sages so her enemies couldn't find it. Good work, treasure. It is in a warren of caves within the Blackweld Forest. Your Majesty, near to the capital. It's been under our noses this whole time. I've taken the liberty of sending out more adventurers. They'll clear the area and get inside. Excellent, send them on their way. As you wish, Your Majesty. As soon as the adventurers return, the treasurer comes to tell you the news. Have they found anything? Most delightful news, Your Majesty. The adventurers have found a golden door beneath the forest which matches the description in Queen Alma's manuscript. So, have we got the scepter? The scepter should be hidden within. But the Scepter of Sages can be found only by a monarch who is strong of purpose and true of heart. That's me. Yes, indeed, Your Majesty. I'm sure I agree. But unfortunately, it's not me who decides. Queen Alma wrote a ritual for the monarch to prove themselves worthy of the scepter. If we go to the cave, I can read out the relevant passages while you set it all up. You make the arrangements, bringing a procession of horses, food, drinks, adventure guides, and a little travelling desk for the treasurer to the Blackweld Forest. Your spouse comes too, riding beside you. This is such a wonderful chance for the kingdom. The scepter will bring in a golden age. The adventurers lead you inside the cave, holding flaming torches to light your way. Soon the tunnel grows horribly cramped, and you bend double to squeeze through. Don't worry, Eulalia, we'll pull together and get through it. You walk for what feels like hours. Just as you might have lost hope, you reach a golden door exactly as the adventurers described. It will open only for the faithful. Close your eyes, Your Majesty. Concentrate. Breathe. A bright golden light flares behind your eyes, but you keep your breath steady. You hear the door rumble open. When you open your eyes, the tunnel ahead is utterly dark. Even the torches do not illuminate it. As soon as you step into the chamber, the torches snuff out. A hideous scream echoes from below. The adventurers scramble into a protective stance while the treasurer wails. Oh, this is awful, dreadful. I should have stayed in my office. I have to say, I feel similarly. Do we even have enough air left? It's fine, we're meant to be here. Sorry, I'll stay calm. You put out your hands and feel your way along the wall, then your fingers touch something. Could this be it? As you grip the scepter, it glows gold, chasing away the dark shadows of the chamber. It looks like a simple wooden staff, like any peasant might use for walking. But the glow is as bright as the sun. It's the scepter, Your Majesty. You've done it! I wish I'd written a speech for the occasion. This is absolutely astounding. First things first, I'm eliminating poverty. Goodness, well, we must call the nobles first and tell them the good news. Bearing the scepter, you make your way through the tunnels and back into the sunlit forest. As soon as you return to the capital, you call the nobles to the council hall. Let them sweat. You take some time to have the servants fix your hair, polish your crown. Just a few little things to make a queen feel special. Then you stroll into the hall. The treasurer holds a velvet cushion upon which the scepter of sages sits. It looks small and ordinary, but you sense the weight of its history. Gloria strides at your side, looking very pleased with themselves. Behind you, your heir Eulalia II toddles along hand in hand with his governess. What's going on, your serene highness? Why have we been brought here? I have some good news. For me. The nobles fall silent as you ascend to your throne and settle yourself comfortably. Queen Eulalia has descended to the darkest depths of the Blackwelled Forest and has retrieved the Scepter of Sages. Excited and worried whispers ripple around the council hall. As bearer of the Scepter of Sages, the Queen has sealed her destiny as Queen Eulalia the Enlightened. How do we know it's real? It could be any old stuff. You pick up the scepter. The scepter begins to glow, bathing the council hall in warm golden light. The nobles gasp and fall silent. Beside you, Eulalia II claps his hands in delight. Grand, that's extraordinary. It becomes clear that even the grumpiest of nobles will never dare speak against you while you bear the Scepter of Sages. Finally, you are secure in the throne, or in your throne and your kingdom. Your victory is here, but your future has only just begun. Yes, GG, for me this time, and not one of the factions. The Count's attempt to replace the Queen's advisors never panned out. One night, Count Narrator Nibbles awoke to find a smiling spy master holding a knife to their throat and kindly asking them to desist. All that remained of the patrician's attempt to usurp the crown was a prisoner deep under the palace, clad in an iron mask and shrouded in rumor. The barons' attempt to worm their way into the palace was uncovered, and a number of arrests were made. Baron Alstay II ended his life chained upside down to a dungeon wall. Backed by the scepter's power, Queen Eulalia's rule spanned another 15 years of peace and stability. A golden age of prosperity swept over the kingdom. In her will, the Queen instructed that the scepter be reburied, to be claimed only by a worthy successor. Wealthiest noble, Alstay II. Poorest noble, Narrator Nibbles. The kingdom stats are looking good for the next run-ish. Let's exit the game. Well, now we've done 2 rounds of King of the Castle, and I have had very much fun. Yes, something like that. It's been very, very, very fun to have something that I can play with people. And don't worry, I have definitely mentioned it to relevant people who may feature it on their channels in the future. So maybe we can look forward to that at some point as well. But I will probably end my stream for today. It's been 7.5 hours, and I should probably find something to eat. No, you said no. And yes, your Twix will be waiting here for you. So, ta-da, problem solved. Well, anyway, I will end the stream, and I'll see you all next time, whenever that may be. Bye!